Appreciation Week, y'all. Every third week in May. It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week. We appreciate hip hop. I know we all say we down with the culture. I know we all getting money in the culture. I know we getting famous in the culture. But when do we sit back and appreciate the source of our well-being? It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week. May 16th to the 22nd, 2022. You get a chance to express hip hop or your appreciation for it. It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week, y'all. Every third week in May. It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week. We appreciate hip hop. I know we all say we down with the culture. I know we all getting money in the culture. I know we getting famous in the culture. But when do we sit back and appreciate the source of our well-being? It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week. May 16th to the 22nd, 2022. You get a chance to express hip hop or your appreciation for it. It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week, y'all. Every third week in May. It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week. We appreciate hip hop. I know we all say we down with the culture. I know we all getting money in the culture. I know we getting famous in the culture. But when do we sit back and appreciate the source of our well-being? It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week. May 16th to the 22nd, 2022. You get a chance to express hip hop or your appreciation for it.
Arrive at 1520 Sedgwick Avenue.
Let's go back. Back in the time. Back in 73, in the borough of Bronx. Man, you couldn't be weak. Man, you had to be smart. See, we talking about streets. Now we talking about art. When we talking about beats, man, we talking about heart. We was rocking the heartbeat, live in the park. Guns spark in the dark. It was all just a part of the 80s Bronx scene that created art. How you know, KRS? Cause I was there from the start. 1600 Sedgwick Avenue, that was the spot. 1520, hip-hop started right on my block. This original hip-hop, whether you like it or not. I'm reminding through this rhyming cause you might have forgot. Drop on the spot, B-boy start pop. Live on the block, this is raw hip hop. Drop on the spot, grab writers don't stop. Bottom to the top, this is raw hip hop. Drop on the spot, MCs make it hot. Microphone rock, this is raw hip hop. Drop on the spot, DJs on the chop. Cut, mix, scratch, this is raw. See, when we would begin, they brought the heroin in. They was really determined that we was never gonna win. But by looking within, we began to believe that we was breakers and writers, chasing MCs. We was so damn poor, we was eating free cheese. But that made us raw, we started eating MCs. Just before the fees and the MTVs. When you walked in New York and your ears would freeze. Walla beats and leaks, mock necks and tees. Nylon BVDs, we was fucking with these. We was fucking with this, we was fucking with that. But when the 80s came in, we started fucking with crack. And along with the crack came a big old gap. And along with the gap came a big old stack. Cause if you ain't had that, you was the next to get jacked. This the way that it was, I'm just taking it back. Drop on the spot, B-boy start pop. Live on the block, this is raw hip hop. Drop on the spot, grab writers don't stop. Bottom to the top, this is raw hip hop. Drop on the spot, MCs make it hot. Microphone rock, this is raw hip hop. Drop on the spot, DJs on the chop. Cut, mix, scratch, this is raw. This the way that it was, this the way that it went. Man, you had to survive, card note with the red. When the 90s arrived, 80s money was spent. All them dudes that was live, to the prison they went. And them dudes that survived, they began to repent. Then they realized in rap, there was money to get. So gangsters became rappers, rappers became gangsters. Fake became the real for the paper. It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week, y'all. Every third week in May. It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week. We appreciate hip hop. I know we all say we down with the culture. I know we all getting money in the culture. I know we getting famous in the culture. But when do we sit back and appreciate the source of our well-being? It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week. May 16th to the 22nd, 2022. You get a chance to express hip hop or your appreciation for it. It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week, y'all. Every third week in May. It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week. We appreciate hip hop. I know we all say we down with the culture. I know we all getting money in the culture. I know we getting famous in the culture. But when do we sit back and appreciate the source of our well-being? It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week. May 16th to the 22nd, 2022. You get a chance to express hip hop or your appreciation for it. It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week, y'all. Every third week in May. It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week. We appreciate hip hop. I know we all say we down with the culture. I know we all getting money in the culture. I know we getting famous in the culture. But when do we sit back and appreciate the source of our well-being? It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week. May 16th to the 22nd, 2022. You get a chance to express hip hop or your appreciation for it.
Oh yes indeed. Welcome to the Temple of Hip Hop. I am Minister Sun One. I hope y'all amped, because it's about to go down. Before you know it, the third week in May will be here, May 16th to the 22nd, Hip Hop Appreciation Week. The theme this year is breaking, and we will be having a hip hop pilgrimage to the pretty much the tri-state area. We're gonna let Connecticut rest for this one. But no, it's about to go down. I know y'all might be panicking, and for good reason. The week is coming upon us, and unfortunately, we're just having a little difficulty with these hotels. And unfortunately, communication doesn't seem to be one of their best suits. And so getting a hold of people and actually making it happen, or the way we thought everything was going to go, it's not necessarily going to go that way. Or we're still waiting to see what develops as far as that's concerned. But unfortunately, it seems as though very likely everyone may have to find their own form of housing for the week, or their own hotels, their own rooms, of which is an opportunity, obviously, for everybody to actually possibly link up. Maybe an Airbnb is more suitable. You could probably also save more money that way. Also, if it really comes down to that, Teacher will come on here and explain as to how much longer we're going to wait before people need to make these important decisions. But either way, I would like to point everybody to different apps as far as like Priceline, Expedia, Hotwire, these type of places to actually get very good discounts, and you might be in something dope, depending on what you're able to get for that time. And doing it in such an advance notice, you'll get the best prices right along and now. So there's always that, but also the Airbnbs, of which are technically everybody can crew up and hold each other down, help each other out, share the transportation for this week, um, be able to mastermind together in one space. Now, of course, we were trying to make it so that no, or we'd be right down the hall, for you to be able to have access during this time, and we could really work on some stuff. But unfortunately, you just got to remember we're dealing with people, um, and not necessarily people who have our greatest interests in mind. Not to say that they're even spiteful or being mean, but no, this is another reason and a good argument for is why we need hip hop cities. Uh, if there were a bunch of hip hop cities, oh no, if Teacher wants to come to this city and make this the official spot, um, we would be more than welcome. The rooms would very likely be free in Hip Hop City uh, for an occasion like this. But we're dealing with what we're dealing with now, and so unfortunately, that's the only. I would even say it's bad news. It's just the news as far as right now. But uh, the things that we have planned for Hip Hop Appreciation Week are sprouting out and looking doper and doper as the day goes by. This week is still developing. We're still finding new things and dope attractions, you could say, as to why you want to be here for this week. I'm actually going to go over our I feel like I'm gonna say this wrong. Tentative. Is that right? Okay, word. Our tentative itinerary for this week. And here we go. Hip Hop Appreciation Week 2022, May 16th to May 22nd, 2022. It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week, a time to reflect upon and openly appreciate the existence of hip hop. Hip hop has done a lot for a lot of people. But when do we all stop for a moment to collectively acknowledge hip hop for what it is and for what it has done in the world? During Hip Hop Appreciation Week, May 16th to May 22nd, 2022, serious hip hoppers or hip hoppers reflect upon the further development of hip hop as culture and our roles within it. Below is what we have confirmed so far regarding Hip Hop Appreciation Week. Of course, this schedule is still being developed and will be updated as we get closer to the week. Now, this is how it's going to pan out. May 15th, Sunday. I know it's the day before May 16th. Everybody relax. TEACHA is going to have a special Hip Hop Appreciation Week online lecture, obviously given by our teacher, KRS-ONE. And I'll tell you right now, or the lecture is fire, or it lays out everything as far as why hip hop is important to know, period. And what is its point of even being taught to those who are interested in learning hip hop itself, and also those who are interested in actually being teachers. The lecture is really for you, but it will be public that week. As we prepare and get ready for the week, instead of our normal Sunday day class. So obviously you'll definitely want to catch this. It's almost like your real precursor to this week. Um, and you'll be expected to have watched it. Let me just say that. Okay. May 16th, Monday. During that day, obviously, most of you all will be arriving to your respective locations. We will have a private meet and greet and dinner with the teacher from 7 to 10 p.m. That evening. That's Monday, May 16th. So everybody, at least try your best to arrive where you need to be before 7 p.m. I would even say before 5 p.m. Give yourself some time. And also the radius, right? I wanted to speak about this. The radius of which, if it comes down to everybody finding their own spots, will be between Newark and the Bronx. So you have to figure it out. And also, I'm sure teacher will suggest one area somewhere within that radius that says, no, try your best to be around here. That way we're not too spread out. And also you got to keep in mind the transportation going back from New Jersey to New York, going across that George Washington Bridge. You're always, that's going to be money every single time, upwards from around 16 to $25. So that adds up. So obviously we want to make sure that we figure out what's best for everybody, and keep in mind, this week is not just being thrown by us. You are the Temple of Hip Hop as well. This is why, or we had asked, any research that you do, of which you know of different things happening that pertains to hip hop in these respective areas, let us know. If you got hookups with transportation, as far as like vans and buses and such, or things like that, let us know. If you got to hook up with hotels, let us know. All the above. So just to know that this is a collective thing. We're laying down the foundation as to how the week forms out, but you have a good opportunity to actually help with this, actually affect the week yourself, which will really just lift you up, or we help is essentially what it is, or not even help, contribute to the week in making this a success. May 17th, Tuesday. So last night we just had dinner with the teacher, meet and greet. Everybody got to mingle, learn about each other a little bit, and feed ourselves. Okay, May 17th, Tuesday. Meeting for investors at the potential Temple of Hip Hop location at 55 Ludlow Street in Newark, New Jersey from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Now, the investors are you. be clear. You are the investors of the Temple of Hip Hop. Those of you paying your voluntary dues, purchasing or different products that we have, the calendar, that is an investor in the Temple of Hip Hop. Again, right, actually, let me speak on that real quick. You should know that we're not creating these products to sell like that, or it's not to make the Temple of Hip Hop rich. It's actually really to provide you with hip hop materials, just like or the t-shirts, and it may be bad timing for the t-shirts, and we recognize that, and if it is, we're going to pull them, and we'll save that for further, just later on in the year when everybody bounces back, because we also know that this is going to be, or this is an expenditure, a very wise expenditure of your money and time to come to this Hip Hop Appreciation Week. But don't understand, we really created it so that you would have hip hop things to wear. As you all know, the clothing in clothing stores are crazy. Whether it's too tight or got crazy messages that you don't even know what you're wearing, this, that, and the third. So this is the reason why we create these things. It's not necessarily to make a profit. Of course, a profit would help the Temple of Hip Hop in our expenditures, as far as whether it be this class or an actual building for the future. Sure, that comes with it, but you have to know what our immediate intention is. So just know that. So again, forget that. Come back here. May 17th, Tuesday. Meeting for investors, which is you, at the Potential Temple of Hip Hop location at 55 Ludlow Street in Newark, New Jersey, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. After that, we will have a recording session, 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. studio time. This is where you bring your rhymes, you bring your beats, you bring your skills as far as DJs, and or this is a time for well, everybody is going to be expected during this time to contribute um, to this recording session in some shape, form, or fashion. Uh, we we expect to at least see one of the core four elements um, that you're learning and developing as prescribed by the gospel of hip hop. Uh, that you should pick one of the four core elements to begin your mastery of. And so it's not like you got to be a master now, but we want to see your efforts um, in one of those four core. Okay, so that's Tuesday, May 18th, Wednesday. Uh, we will be doing a construction site walkthrough at the Universal Hip Hop Museum. Um, again, as a Temple of Hip Hop, and understand this is a big deal to actually be able to walk through before it's created. And then once it's created, you will always know and know you was here when it was dirt, rocks, pebbles, porta potties, and all the above. Uh, but we'll have a walkthrough and a walkthrough with Rocky himself. He'll be able to give us information as far as the developments of the site and hopefully what their schedule is. After that, or that's from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. After that, uh, we'll obviously have a little bit of time, but then it'll be the Temple of Hip Hop video shoot. Now, the songs that we made at the studio the day before, the very next day, we are going to be shooting videos for it. So you may want to have your gear ready. For those or if you know you got rhymes, you know you got skills, or are b-boys, breakers, um, graph writers, everybody be prepared. You may want to go get some canvases if for whatever reason we can't find a place to actually work a wall. Okay, I feel like I'm gonna mess up his last name. Uh, okay, uh, Rocky Bucano is what I'll go. Teacher can correct me when he comes in, but that's his full name, Rocky Bucano. Um, so right, so then we got the video shoot. Again, everybody is expected to participate. And right, even a lot of stuff as far as graph writers say you don't MC, you don't DJ, or you don't break, but you're a graph writer. You could be during our recording sessions. You could be doing stuff there because actually, very likely we're recording this entire week. So that could be part of your contribution even during that time. Also, some people are going to have to go and look for locations that we could actually shoot these videos, different scenes. So you're gonna have to get out into the city and find something dope uh, that you don't believe or isn't too busy, but is dope, and police ain't necessarily or it's not right across the street from the police station. All the above. These are the things that you got to think about when going out to shoot these videos and what looks dope. You may actually want to check that out during the day and at nighttime to see what the lights do. But okay, so uh, that's Wednesday, May 18th. May 19th, Thursday. This is a fasting day, and so essentially from morning to 7 p.m. everybody should be fasting and in meditation. Now, because of our issue with the hotels, um, we may, or we had originally wanted to use that day to show a bunch of hip hop documentaries of this, that, and the third. But should that not be available, should we not find another spot, which also, again, could be found once you get there um, on Monday or Sunday, or you can use that time to actually know or go out and find a place that does want to receive us with love for the Temple of Hip Hop to show up in their spot. You'd be surprised, and of course, that a lot of that depends on your soul, um, and what it is. So, right, research could be done now. As far as finding places, call a place and say, "Hey, I see, or you guys have a rec room, or whatever it is. Would you be willing to allow the Temple of Hip Hop to come in there for a day as part of our Hip Hop Appreciation Week?" And like even with this now, you got to know the history. Started in 1998 um, by the teacher KRS-One, Professor Zizwe, and others at that time. But this is a chance to get acclimated to how the Temple of Hip Hop actually moves, whether in like accordance of, or this is really Minister GSIMONE's area, but no, finding shows, calling up, making cold calls, um, even on the entrepreneurial side, no, calling up, getting quotes to get T-shirts, calendars, cups, mugs, hats, you name it. Um, this is all a part of it, and you have to understand that this is what the Temple of Hip Hop does, or it gives you a real time education, and it's it's field work immediately. You don't read about this first, and then because you can repeat it, get a certificate and then go out. No, you have to make a call. You have to, um, and this may sound silly, you may have to get keys for the hotel. You may have to, whatever. Um, but this is it's a real experience as far as, or really a real overstanding as to what the hip hop life is. Um, okay, right. Right. Essentially, what I'm saying is, right. Do a site search. Look for these places, um, and prepare yourself before you come to this week. So, worst comes to worst, we're going to get the documentaries that we feel are most important, put it on a flash drive, and give it to you, and expect you to watch them throughout the day. Um, which would be spread apart because obviously you're still doing your fasting and meditation. But then that night, it would be dinner with the teacher from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. So uh, we get to eat with teacher again and fellowship and all that good stuff. Um, Later that night, we have set up in Newark Symphony Hall a private concert at the Black Box Club at 10 p.m. So, peep the day, fasting and meditation, morning to 7 p.m. Dinner with the teacher from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Newark Symphony Hall, private concert at the Black Box Club, 10 p.m. Um, and it's a club that's in the Newark Symphony Hall. That actually even may change if I'm not mistaken. But that's what we're looking at as far as right now. Teacher put a call into them, and they essentially just was like, or they lost it, or this is an example of exactly what I was talking about 2 seconds ago. He called and was like, hey, uh, I know you guys, or we know that they have spaces within the place from dealing with the mayor, um, and so what's going on? And they were like, oh no, they actually want a full blown concert. Now, teachers trying or really to just keep it private because again this week is for you and it's not about necessarily being in the public there, but we will odds 10 to 1 fill up that club with special guests and obviously yourselves of which we'll see how this develops, but obviously you'll be involved within this concert in some shape form or fashion. Others will just be able to watch and enjoy, but no, somebody's got to step up and help out to help this night go right. Okay, so now May 20th, Friday, we'll meet with the legendary pop master Fable, discussing the history of breaking and the Latino influences on the evolution of hip hop as culture. That location will or is still being developed, so that's to be announced. But either way, this is what it is, and so you get to get an education again from another original um, to break down what it really is, what it really was, how give you a insight from a source that can actually tell you accurately. And of course, we will be again making sure that we have all this for our archives, um, and it'll rest amongst temple knowledge forever. Um, okay, so now after that, May 21st, Saturday, Grandmaster Kaz discusses. I should have. Or I should have rearranged that a little bit, but Grandmaster Kaz, as you all saw in the video, Grandmaster Cass discusses the birth of hip hop at 1520 and 1600 Sedgwick Avenue in the Bronx from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. So when we go to 1520, actually, I kind of mentioned, I didn't mention who it was last week, but obviously we will be at 1520 and 1600 Sedgwick Avenue. And Grandmaster Kaz is going to be our tour guide and essentially break down his knowledge as far as what went down, how it went down, and where it went down. And we'll be right there to see for ourselves. Later on that evening, we will have a special presentation by GSIMONE. And from what I hear as part of it, if all goes as planned, it's gonna be very exciting. Or you're definitely gonna want to do this. Not that you don't want to do everything else, but no, what's developing there should be very nice in my mind, or at least it's gonna be nice for me, straight up. So, and that being said, May 22nd, Sunday, we will everybody um, sadly, but hopefully fulfilled, will be returning back to their normal uh, place of living. And we will broadcast a special online hip hop appreciation week freestyle cipher performance featuring KRS-ONE. Um, and we'll see. I mean, we're working, or we're going to be working on that very shortly. Um, and of course, obviously, or there's always possibilities of what that can sprout out to, given this week and the fact that we're self-contained. We do everything. That's what you should get used to as well. Be prepared to do everything. We know you have special talents um, that you're proficient in, but no, be prepared to do anything and everything. and with a good heart and with a good character and your mind in the right direction. So with that, I hope that gives you all a little more insight. I'm sure teacher will be able to clarify some things for you. And here we are, our teacher, KRS-ONE.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Hold on, let me just unplug speakers here. What a great introduction. I was sitting here getting excited with the week because, I'll go ahead and say it. What you was trying to hesitate not to say. I'll just go ahead and say it. So, some of the parts that are vague and will remain vague, like for instance, GSIMONE's presentation. She's going to be talking to Cindy Campbell.
Yes,
A special closed private session with Kool Herc's sister, and actually the true founder of hip hop. Kool Herc gets the respect, of course. Everyone confirms that Kool Herc is the recognized father of hip hop, no doubt. But if you ask Herc himself, he will say, "Oh no, it was Cindy." She's the one that put together the back to school jam that put Herc on the turntables and blew the 1520 Sedgwick Avenue Community Center out the water. And so Simone's Cindy's a longtime friend of Simone. They've been connected for years. And so this time now, we're also trying to get Cindy to write her book. We're trying to get her to, be more vocal. These people are private. They're not trying to see the light and all of it. They got their own lives, this kind of thing going on. So we're sitting there begging Cindy, please, God, Jesus, help us. Just come through. And that's why it's vague. It may not happen in that sense, but we want it to happen, and we're pushing for it to happen. In addition to that, GSIMONE has a gemstone lecture.
Oh, word.
Which if Cindy doesn't go down, or even if Cindy does go down, really, this gemstone lecture is ridiculous. Simone has a she studies what is called gemology, all these ologies, but there's the gems, emeralds, crystals, gold, silver, diamonds, rocks, and the significance of them. Simone has an extensive collection of crystals and mad knowledge on what crystal goes with what, where do you wear the crystals at, how do you wear the crystals, what time of season you wear crystals, all of this type of stuff. So I'm just gonna go ahead and blow it out. We wasn't supposed to say anything.
That's dope.
In that sense, but for the sake of it, just so you know, so we're trying to put this stuff together as we speak. And you said something very interesting as well. This is the Temple of Hip Hop doing this. This is not some travel agency. This is us applying us to us. And so there are several levels to Hip Hop Appreciation Week this time around. Of course, you are always welcome to just come and enjoy the week. It's New York. It's New Jersey. There is actually time for you to run around these cities too, as well. It is New York. It is New Jersey. It's going to be a fun time, and it's going to be hot. And people are going to be out, and it's going to be crazy. It's a great time to visit New York and the New Jersey area, or should I say the tri-state is what we call it. New York, New Jersey, Connecticut. That area is jumping right around May, June, going into August. So I say this to say that you're always welcome to come and just be part of the week and enjoy yourself while you're there. Straight up. But then the next level of it is, this is also a time to strengthen your teaching authenticity, which is also why this is happening as well. You will notice in the Gospel of Hip Hop, we didn't get to the Temple of Hip Hop part yet where we break down the degrees, what actually makes you a hip hop teacher. We didn't break that down yet. We didn't get to that reading yet. But I'll preface this by saying, within that reading, we are asking that you have a letter or some kind of validation from an authentic hip hop pioneer, icon, father, mother. You can't just say, oh, I'm hip hop. Well, you can say it to yourself, subjectively, of course, but objectively, you're trying to teach a course. You're going up against a university. You're up against other professors. No, you can't just say, well, I'm hip hop like the way they do. No, you have to say, no, I am hip hop. What's your credentials? I have a letter here from whoever that has credibility. Right. I have a letter here from Chub Rock. Chub Rock doesn't claim to be a scholar and an activist and all this, but he is. And so if you could run up on Chub Rock, if you could run up on Tretch, Naughty by Nature, if you could run up on Queen Latifah, it doesn't have to be Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. It doesn't have to be Herc and this and that. It doesn't have to be that. But what letter do you have from somebody known in our culture to have laid it down? And they recognize you as a hip hop teacher or a practitioner of the culture for real. You need that accreditation, and we talk about that in the Gospel of Hip Hop. So the next level of that, of Hip Hop Appreciation Week, is you come to New York to get that level of credibility.
That's right.
I don't know if they heard you say Grandmaster Caz is going to be in our face, okay? Caz told me himself. He said, I got you, quote. He said, quote, I got you, end quote. Because let me tell you about Grandmaster Caz, too. Longtime Temple member. He's in all of our films. Everything we did to create hip-hop as culture, Grandmaster Caz has been there. We don't always agree on what hip-hop is, how it should go. We argue all the time, starting with his correction of me. Remember, I put out a record called The South Bronx, the South Bronx. And everybody running around saying hip-hop started in the South Bronx. It was Grandmaster Caz that came forward and said, oh, no, Chris. Hip-hop started in the West Bronx, where I actually live. Okay. So at that moment, Grandmaster Caz became my teacher. And I honor that straight up and down. No, hip-hop did not start in the South Bronx. It started in the West Bronx. That's where 1520 and 1600 Sedgwick Avenue is, in the West Bronx. But me, going along with where I was in 1986, and hip-hop was prevalent. That's where the Furious Five was, the Romantic Fantastic. That's Webster Projects, Patterson Projects. That's the Bench, 149th Street, Grand Concourse Bench. That's hip-hop, all of that. But it's inaccurate. The origin of hip-hop is the West Bronx, 1520 Sedgwick Avenue. What I'm preaching is the folklore. That's what South Bronx is, the folklore of it. It's not accurate. And you got to know that as scholars and coming from the author of the song. You got to hear that, okay? You got to hear the author of the song. So, again, as teachers of this, as an institution, as say the Temple of Hip Hop as an institution, I got to put you in front of other scholars that may not agree with me or me them for the most part. But that's not what education is. And Caz and I agree on everything. But of course, he's his own scholar, and you have to hear him, not me through him or him through me or through a book. No, look in his face and let him tell you the birth of hip-hop from Grandmaster Caz's point of view, which is an authentic point of view. Matter of fact, it's probably the only point of view that we really have of any real authenticity is Grandmaster Caz. He was there. He was there through the whole thing. He's not one of these guys that are on the sideline, like, you know, they're I'm not going to call nobody's name, but they are hip-hop icons, but never did nothing for the culture. Caz is not that. Caz, I can vouch for the dude's work to make hip-hop culture happen. And so, as a temple of hip hop, we have to put you in his space and let him tell you something. And you get that. You get that. You say, no, I learned from KRS-ONE and now Grandmaster Caz. Not Grandmaster Caz with KRS-ONE or this. No, he's his own. Matter of fact, the tour that we're going on is his tour. He has a full tour. And matter of fact, let me blow you out even further. Roxanne Shante, we're not even playing with her, okay? We're not even going to play with her. She's crazy, okay? But she has a tour through Queens. And they do a tour through Brooklyn. And you may want to commission them for this tour. If you're interested, of course, we could show you how to actually do that. We're only interested in a private session at 1520 Sedgwick Avenue, either in the park or in the community center itself, where Grandmaster Caz lays us out what happened here. And we want that opinion. So not even opinion, we want that history. And so I mention all of that to say that that's the next level. Sure, you can come and have a good time, but there's another piece to this too. There's little chips and things to get along the way that build your teaching credibility, your authentic hip hop cultural teaching credibility. And of course, that moves over to Pop Master Fables as well. And there are others that I'd like to contact as well. These are the people we have confirmed that are going to do their thing. Pop Master Fables, another one, who has always been part of the building of this culture, comes out of Zulu Nation, Rocksteady, that thing. He's Pop Master Fables, had you popping back in the days. And so he's going to talk about not only our theme this year is breaking. So Pop Master Fables comes and discuss breaking, popping, the difference between locking and popping, this kind of thing. It's not pop locking. There's popping is one thing, locking is another thing. Get into that scholarship. And then, of course, we move over to the Latino connection. Often when you hear about the history of hip hop, it's always black, black, black. And of course, we understand that Kool Herc, last time I checked, was black. Africa Bambaataa black, Grandmaster Flash, basically all of the founders are black Africans and coming really out of the West Indies. But that's not the truth. Okay, the truth, like what happened, actually, that's not the fact. That may be the truth, right? Let me get that right. That is the truth, but it's not a fact. Facts are what happened. Facts are what is going down, the activity of it. And the activity of it is hip hop would be nothing without Puerto Ricans in particular. Okay, in particular. Okay, Puerto Ricans. Oh no, this culture was imbued with a Caribbean vibe from the Puerto Rican angle. It was ridiculous. And then later on, of course, the Cubans and the Dominicans all uptown in Harlem, Broadway, where Scott LaRock gets his start, Broadway International. That was 146. All that was Cuban, Dominican, Puerto Rican, all of that. And then, of course, when hip hop gets over to the West Coast, Mexicano, stand up.
Right.
Big up to Be Real. Straight up, that's my dog all day. I'll say it right now in history. Straight up, that's my G. Me and Be Real grew up together right there in California. And I mentioned, I'm thinking too is they got a documentary playing right now. I think it's called Insane in the Brain. A documentary about just their life, how Cypress Hill came together and did their thing. I love the documentary; it's excellent, and especially if you know Muggs and Be Real and them dudes, you rooting for them right now. You're like, yeah, do that, because that whole culture doesn't get movies. That whole culture, Mexican culture, not just the weed culture. That's the too. But no, the Mexican culture, Cholo culture. Okay, what it's like for Mexican people on the ground in LA. Mexican people ain't walking around struggling, scared of the cops, this, that, and the other. Nah.
go take a look at Be Real, okay? That is a great Mexican example, or should I just say Latino example in LA, because he reps everywhere. I think his family's mixed in that sense from different, I think Brazilian and something else, Mexican, and I don't know. Watch the documentary, okay, and get the truth of it all. But I'm just so proud of my brother right there. I'm just so proud of my brother right there, because if you know where these people come from, I ain't got to tell you about the Mexican plight. That's worse than black, my G. Okay, they're not offered nothing. Matter of fact, dudes are throwing them out the country. Okay, let's keep it really real. And to come up from that in Los Angeles during the 80s, come on, man, come on. So Be Real. Shout out to him. But my point is, the Latino connection in hip hop is huge, and I enjoy celebrating it because first of all, it's the truth, and second of all, it's a fact. And so we don't skip over that. When you come over here, we're gonna put you in Pop Master Fable's face. And you may have to go uptown and get those rice and beans, arroz con pollo. You may have to actually go get the chicken and the rice, actually uptown and experience that. No doubt. And so on. So I say all of this to say that, yes, son, one, you are absolutely correct in your assertion that this is a hands-on, real-time teaching. And as I started out saying, yes, you can come for a good time. You can come also for your teaching accreditation. Take advantage of the people who are in front of you. Ask the right questions. Get your photo with them. Get your phone out. Record what they're saying. Okay, don't let this opportunity go by, especially for those that are serious about teaching this. That's the point. If you're serious about teaching it, here's the opportunity. Now, last but not least on that, is that 55 Ludlow. I just want just looking at my notes here. 55 Ludlow. You mentioned that we was going to see 55 Ludlow on Tuesday. It was. Let me see. Yeah, May 17th, Tuesday, meeting for investors. Yes. So I just want to make a note that that meeting is for investors only. And as you mentioned, that is for the people who have already contributed financially to the Temple of Hip Hop. And I tell you why we're doing it like that. This is for investors, meaning, and like someone like you said, now those investors are you, those who have contributed financially. Now, you know how I feel about that. I tell you all the time, you are not obligated to contribute financially to the Temple of Hip Hop. It's better that you just visualize and pray us into existence. I'd rather that currency all day. Yeah. We also, as a principle, rely upon our own skill mastery to provide for our temple. We truly believe that God got us. So we don't have to ask nobody for nothing. If God wants this thing to go down, if our ancestors want this thing to go down, then the money for it will come and it'll go down. And so far, for the last 30 years, that's exactly what has happened. So now, those that do contribute, you stand on a high level with us, because I'm telling you, you don't have to, and you still doing it. Now, where I come from, out of the Bronx and Brooklyn, that deserves respect. Straight up and down, respect. And it's not that we're excluding anybody else, but if you're willing to put your hard-earned money that could have went somewhere else, and you put it with us, no, we're not looking at that lightly, like, oh, yeah, you supposed to do. Nah. That shows me how serious you really are with the Temple of Hip Hop. And again, not that money makes it serious, but money makes it serious. Let's keep it really real. You putting your money down? No, let me put you aside. Because you're willing to take your value and put it toward this value. Then everybody's not willing to do that. And on a more sensitive level, not everybody can do that. So those that do have the means to financially give to the Temple of Hip Hop, that's a high level of respect. We set that aside. Now, having said that, so we have this location at 55 Ludlow in a place called Weekway in Newark, New Jersey. Last year, maybe a year, last year sometime, I think it was, we took a meeting with the mayor. We briefly went over this when the meeting happened. As you know, the Temple of Hip Hop is looking to create a city for ourselves. That's one of our shining visions and goals for ourselves, to erect hip hop city, its first city, establish its city, do that. So we went to the mayor of Newark, New Jersey, because what we were doing was looking at, just before we erect a full city, like with a power plant and all of that,
right,
why don't we take over an existing city and learn the mechanics of city planning, sociology, roads, and all this other stuff, working with the police, the fire, mail, and all this stuff, the stuff that runs the city. So we went to Mayor Ras Baraka and his brother, Midi, we call him Midi, Baraka. And so we took a meeting and, well, so someone says Amiri Baraka, which is his full name, Amiri Baraka. We call him Midi. At the end of the day, we had a great meeting, and the mayor understood what we were trying to do. Just as you have Chinatown or Little Italy, or in Brooklyn they have I think it's Caribbean town or something like that. But you have these sections of the city that are dedicated to a specific culture, and everyone in the whole city benefits, because not only is wealth and economics concentrated into one area where people from all over are coming to bring their value to this area. It's a tourist attraction. So you got food, you got clothes, you got, whatever it is that draws an audience to this area is great for the city. It offers jobs to the people in the city because we're bringing in income from outside. So Mayor Ras Baraka realized, he said, yes, that's an excellent idea. We have an area called Weekway, the Weekway area of Newark, New Jersey. They said there's some development going on there, and you could take that area and call it Little Hip Hop, or what we call Hip Hopia. That meeting went down, but we said, okay, that's going to take a few years. So in this time, the mayor said, I'll give you a building, 55 Ludlow, for $1. Take the building, and you have to maintain it. Now, of course, the maintainer bill is like $20,000 a month. It's ridiculous, okay? It's a full building, okay? Full block. It's actually a whole block. And you got to maintain it. It's expensive, okay? So this meeting, and I'll cut it off here, because what I'm saying to you also is not privy to the public. Now that I said it publicly, but it's not privy to the public. I'm just giving you the background as to what this day actually means, the 17th. The 17th, right, the 17th, Tuesday. Giving you some background on what that means. So when we get there, I'm only inviting those who are spending money with the Temple of Hip Hop, because this venture is a money venture. This is, be clear, okay? We have to now position ourselves. We have to look at being a not-for-profit. The Temple of Hip Hop itself will never be a not-for-profit, but we may have to set up a not-for-profit in order to do business with the city, with other agencies. There's grants that people want to give us, straight up. I'm not even talking about some of the conversations I've already had for years with different grant writing people, that, once you have a building, once you have some kind of an edifice where people could converge on, then the grant money starts coming in, the city grants start coming in, your own entrepreneurship starts to happen, and it's a money-making situation. It's also connected to your heritage in that way. This is this is also about those that want to invest in the temple of hip hop in this way. And some of you have already done it. So it would be my honor to take you so you can see where your investment is really going, where your investment really goes, your donations, or where it will be going is what I should say. Take a look at it, and you may want to look yourself and say, you know what, I'd like a piece of this myself. Can I teach here? Of course you can. You're an investor. Can I put my exhibit up, run an exhibit for a week, 2 weeks, a month? Of course you can. You're an investor. Do my children and their children's children forever get to come to this school for free? Yes, of course. You are a first investor. Your family forever comes into our courses for free. You are an investor. Do I get my picture up? Of course you do. There's a room for investors and people who have, you may even get a bust. And we laughing, but no.
It's real.
This is the vision right here. You go into other institutes, don't they have their first investors? You don't know who these people are, okay? But they damn sure putting you in front of their face because these people were important to the beginning of whatever institution you walking into. So just keep that in mind. So this Tuesday is just for investors. Those that are saying, you know what, I will put some money to this. Let me look at the building. Let me take a look around. This thing is real. Let me knock on the wall. Let me take a photo. Let me go back and go home and think. Like, wait a minute. What can happen in this building that can help our people to survive and develop? What can really go down? You know, all the ideas are not supposed to come from me. You know, all the ideas are not supposed to come from me or Simone or from Sun One or from Zinaru. No, the object of this is for you to come with some ideas as well. Okay. You're training, you're learning, or at least you should have been training and learning over the year. You should know the spirit of the Temple of Hip Hop by now, and you should also know the spirit of hip hop as we teach it by now. So, excuse me. So that meeting, and let me also put this down, meeting for investors, the last point on this, because we're going long on this. Meeting for investors at the potential Temple of Hip Hop at 55 Ludlow Street, Newark, New Jersey. I always put potential there because, again, the reason we're not in the building now is because we're waiting on the federal government to transfer the deed of the building over to Newark, New Jersey. The building was built by the United States government, and it was built as a training, recreation, and educational center for Newark, for that area. But they never used, well, not never. I guess I don't know what they did, but at the end of the day, the mayor is saying the building is not doing anything of any consistency. They do programs there every once in a while. When I was there, as a matter of fact, on another level, I think were you there with me, someone?
Yeah. Well, let me say that the people who are there now, the reason for them or that group of people, they're actually moving. They had been afflicted somehow by this other I want to say it was even a precinct or some type of
another community center, something.
Right, something. And because of their misdeeds at that place, they're moving the people who's in there into their place, and they're switching over. It's a convoluted story, and I know I'm messing it up somewhat, but that was the idea or what I took from a good reason as to why they were moving into the other place. They said it just happened to be. Oh no. Okay, I might be wrong. I heard that story somehow, somewhere. within those conversations?
Look, it's a story.
No,
We
no.
really don't know. And what you're alluding to, though, is correct. They were supposed to move those people out for us to go in. I say it's for us. Simone's here saying yes. It was they were moving those people out because the mayor was putting them out because of us. But I don't know about that other precinct because the other two
No, they were moving.
came to the meeting.
Right, there's three.
There was three of those groups. Right.
So they're kind of regrouping.
They're regrouping.
They've done anything. They just regroup because they have good programs for the city and the youth in the city.
Right. They were trying to make the other precinct a Newark riot, the Newark uprisings of the 60s exhibit.
I don't know.
Look, we got too much information.
No, that's not, right.
And so look, wipe that all away. The point of this is that we were waiting on, right now we're waiting on a transaction to happen in Newark. There's federal lands and stuff being transferred over to Newark. And then on top of that, as some of you may know, there's a robust election campaign going on between 3 or 4 people vying for the mayor's position. So the mayor has to win the election again this May, of course, for any of this to actually go down. So we're waiting on elections. We're waiting on transfers of land deeds. They have to get people out the building and put them in a different precinct and this kind of other stuff. So all of this is basically our waiting on all of this to go down. But while the Temple of Hip Hop flies in and enjoys New York, New Jersey area, why don't you come over and take a look at the new Temple of Hip Hop, the actual building itself that we're waiting on. But let me say this. In the event that we have to wait too long or it just doesn't happen, we will erect our own building. And that's where the investors come in. If you'd like to participate in that, yes, we will find our own space and erect our own space. We want to have our space for the 50th anniversary of hip hop, 2023. We want to have our physical space by 2023 or in 2023, something like that. So that's why we're looking at it now. We started looking at it back, in 2021, but COVID hit. Everybody, went, inside, I guess. Now we're coming out. The mayor still has Mayor Ras Baraka still has to win the mayorship, And by the way, I mentioned this as well, that Lords of the Underground, my dude, his name is Do It All, but his stage, his
Dupree Kelly.
Dupree Kelly, yes, councilman.
Yes, I want to say
City council, running for city council. Yeah, dig up Lords of the Underground, Do It All, whose government name is
Dupree Kelly, for sure.
Dupree Kelly. And he's running for.
Hi, my name is Dupree Kelly. I was born and raised in the West Ward. I've been making life here better for over 25 years. I'm running for city council now with the support of Mayor Ras J. Baraka. You may know me from helping battered women find safety, bringing community leaders together with the police to discuss public safety, delivering food to families in need, or donating computers to our schools. I work with an activist named Ras Baraka to get gangs to put down their guns. By working together, we can become a powerful force in fighting crime, improving our schools, and creating jobs. That's why whenever you need me, I'm there. My name is Dupree Kelly, and I'm running for City Council, West Ward Forward.
There it is.
Hardcore. Yeah. Lords of the Underground making a political step, jumping into city council. And, forget for 1 minute the politics or whether he's Democrat, Republican, or whatever, or whatever his politics may be. But look at what the brother's trying to do. And as a temple for hip hop, that's what we're focused on. We're not here to criticize, judge one way or the other, But what he's doing is positive any way you want to look at it. If Dupre Kelly becomes city council, we are city council, okay? That's my dog too. And he ain't fronting on hip hop. In fact, he's taking hits because he's hip hop. They're trying to say he's not serious because he's hip hop running for office. And he got to, put these commercials out for people who don't know. I was here. I did this. I sat down. You know the commercial you got to put out and do your thing. So, look, we support the brother. He is hip hop, and not just because he's hip hop. I mean, we would do that anyway. Just because he's hip hop, we would be in support. But that's not the case. This brother is, first of all, he's Lords of the Underground. Okay, he actually has a classic. You could get a letter from him, and we will accept it at the Temple of Hip Hop. Oh yes, this is when everybody was going R&B, and the drums were getting soft. You listen to the lyrics of that record. Matter of fact, you know what? Can you pull that up real quick? Can we?
I can't. We might want to save it to the end.
I'll save it to the end. You need to listen to the lyrics. Ten, 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 ten. Raw hip hop. And my dude laid it down, and it was dope. And that's why I'm like, yeah, he understands what it is. Let's help the brother get to where he got to go. So look, we're going too long, and it's because the week is hot. The week is hot. The week is hot. I wish I could step out of myself and just join the week myself and look at KRS and others, because this is where you get a pad out, your recorder, your something, and like I said, get your photo, get your letter, if anything, get the knowledge straight from their mouth, where you could actually play it back in your courses and classes. Yo, this is what they said out their mouth. Listen. Da, 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 da. Not many people are going to have that opportunity. And again, as a teacher for hip hop, KRS-ONE, we read in the teacher section that my job, my work really, toward the apprentice is to make hip hop real for you. I say that first as myself, saying, yes, my work is to make hip hop real for you. But for all teachers, the idea is to make hip hop real for the apprentice. You can't just read a book. Yes, we read books. You can't just watch films. Yes, we watch films. You can't just go to concerts. Yes, we go to concerts, and we actually do them. Shout out to the Apollo Theater. Sure. But when do you actually touch hip hop? When do you actually walk the very block that actually got it started? Mm-hmm. Sit in the bench, sit on the bench, in the park. Take it in. And be able to say when you fly home or go home or whatever, drive home or whatever, say, no, I did that. I did that. I did that. I got the photo, I got evidence, I got everything. Like me, I got my baby. My mother took my pictures at 1600 Century and 1520. She took my pictures, and I'm proud. I'm happy. Like, yes, thank God my mother took some photos. Well, here's your chance. That's right. Take photos. They may tear that building down one day. Don't get it twisted. None of this is here forever.
They already tried.
They already tried. And big up to Chuck Schumer, Senator Chuck Schumer, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. He came to hip hop's rescue. And let's mark his name down too on the political level. I don't know, whatever you think of his politics, whatever you think of whatever it is, when it came time, right, to shut down 1520, he definitely laid down the Senate ruling. And actually was hanging out with us at the 335 at the dedication of SR 335, which was a ridiculous document to begin with. But at least he came out in the morning and we were all there taking pictures and talking yang. Mm-hmm. And so there it is. But I say this also to say that hip hop does have political affiliation. And somebody like me, I'm an old timer. I don't trust politicians. I don't get it, all that. But as you get older and you realize what your work has done, no, your work can produce your people going into these offices. And at least, I mean, come on, you go in, maybe you turn corrupt. I don't know. But you go in, maybe you keep division. I don't know. But we're not there at all. Okay, so, you know, the idea of not being there at all, it gotta be a challenge to our group that we have no representation in government, or people don't even understand or take us seriously, even in government. That has to be a detriment on our group. So, you know, yes, even though, you know, I'm not much of a voter, you know what I'm saying? I'll say that unequivocally. I might have to bite my tongue on that as I get older, because I do want to see Dupree Kelly win. I do want to see him win. And if I lived in Newark, I'd be voting right now for him. I do want to see Mayor Ross J. Baraka win as the mayor. Why? Because we get a building if he wins. And this is what politics is. It's not about using one. Oh, and let me also say this. Wait a minute. Back up. How do we even get the meeting with the mayor? How do we even get the meeting? And I'll just run this real quickly, because 8 years earlier, I helped the mayor to become part. I helped him in his campaign. That's not the full reason. The reason is these was always in respect of KRS-ONE. But when I showed up and said, y'all need to be looking at this dude right here, because his lineage is also ridiculous. You know, I mean, his father, Amira, let me not botch the name, Amiri Baraka, the poet, the father, senior, longtime revolutionary, into politics. His son then becomes the mayor. His other son becomes the Newark chief of staff to the mayor. They're basically running Newark, New Jersey. Again, like I say, look at the situation and look at what maturity is. Look at what growth and development is. Okay, we're now in a position, because we took the stance that said, I'd rather abstain from voting because it's a corrupt system, and if you don't have voter education, there's no proper way to really vote at all. I'm for voter education, not voter registration. Dig me? Well, these were the stances that we were taking. You know, when you put a black woman on the Supreme Court, then we'll vote. I know a lot of people got now run to go vote. But this is what the situation was. You're not representing me in government. Why am I voting for you? And on top of that, look at what am I voting for? The worst of two evils. And it wasn't until Donald Trump got into office, or was running for office against Hillary Clinton, that the stance of hip hop became legitimate. Meaning that George Bush Sr. said he's not going to vote this year. So how all of a sudden, now he wasn't called apathetic. Nobody's going to hear your voice if you don't vote. No, he came out and said, I'm not voting for neither one. I can't vote for Hillary, and I'm not voting for Trump. So I'm not voting this year. That was George Bush Sr. before he passed. And nobody said nothing, okay? And a bunch of other people too. Abstain. It's called abstain. I abstain, which is also a vote of no confidence. But when we hip hoppers were just doing it and saying, no, we don't believe in none of these people, nobody helping, okay? None. Oh, you apathetic. You don't understand politics. You dissing your heritage. People died so you could vote. Now all of a sudden we dissatisfied with who the candidates are, and now everybody else could become apathetic now. Everyone else could just say, well, I'm just not going to vote this time around. I'm not. No, you better love yourself, and you better believe in yourself, and you better get some confidence in what you do for and by yourself. And that's the crux of this whole teaching too, by the way, because as I get older and I go, I see, nah, you were right. These dudes were saying you were wrong. No, you were right. And they're wrong and suffering for it. Get that? Wrong comes with consequences. You see? And so now we stand on the right. On the right. And because we stood on the right, politicians, not just Ras Baraka, All well, there's no state we can go. I just received an award from Staten Island. Every city we go to, the government comes out, okay, and says, "Oh, I'm hip hop." I am hip hop. I may be a senator. I may be a congressman. I may be. And they have to tell us this. Like they have to, and they come up on. I mean, son, one, you're my witness.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing as our members getting letters. It's the same thing. You have to go to in order to really proclaim. And oh boy came up there, gave you the award, hopped on stage. I believe he started beatboxing. Something crazy on the mic. Toward the house fucking went crazy.
This is a city councilman. This is a city councilman, some government official, somebody dealing with the city. No, the work that we put forward and others have put forward. I mean, come on, it's our work and the work everybody has put forward. All the books, the documentaries, all the work that has went down over the last 20 years is producing a different outcome for hip hop. And if we sit back on that old thinking and say, oh, the CIA against us, oh, the FBI, they coming after, there's nothing for us in government. Those are old thoughts. Those are old thoughts. Now, of course, you know, I ain't rooting for no CIA. I am not rooting for that. But you have to look at the truth. You have to look at the truth. You have to look at what's going on. People have grown up and have taken positions and taken roles and things that may be in organizations and agencies that in the past may have been against you, but now in the future may actually be for you. And those who were for you in the past may actually be against you today. This is what intelligence is all about. You got to be able to think right now. Right now, we're going to think right now. We're not going to bring old ideas up and new or envision something that never happened and never could happen, but we're going to make plans on a dream. No. You think about what's going on right now based on evidence, based on fact, based on what's actually going down. So what's actually going down is the reading of our gospel. And I now implore you to turn to page 508. Page 508. The last time we were reading, we stopped at paragraph 77. And we stopped there because the gospel, this part of the gospel, the movement, is what we're reading, the movement, breaks down into several sections. And I broke down two of the sections to read from. You know, remember, we read the gospel, we were reading the movement in the gospel of hip hop, and we went with a quick section. Then next week we did a quicker section, and then we showed the movie, which basically gave you some background on the movement. It showed you to Stop the Violence movement, HEAL, all the same thing, and other movements, the temple, our work, UN, all of this stuff, and brought you up to date. What that is the heritage of the culture. And this is what I want to make clear. The history of rap music can be debated because a lot of people participated in it. And you can see rap music has a lot of participants, but not hip hop's culture. Oh no. That was a few people that understood that hip hop was more than music. And we put our careers on the line and our money on the line, our names and our reputation, we put it on the line and said, no, hip hop is a culture. It's music. We enjoy the music. But what about these B-boys over here, these B-girls? What about the way we dress? What about our specific language? We got words, dope, chill out, fly, fresh. What about all that? Nobody wanted to look at it. They just wanted to keep us a music genre because that's where the money was. The minute you start saying you a culture, these corporations got to respect your laws. They got to respect your principles. And they didn't want to do that. And because too many of us were poor, you know, straight up and down, we were poor. So a lot of dudes just went with the money. And you can't say it's a sellout. That's a strong word to put on a person. That's a sellout. Although there were sellouts in hip hop, straight up and down, sold out. Okay. The majority of people who ran for the corporate dollar were not sellouts. We were being killed left and right. Okay. And we document that in the gospel of hip hop. No, the times were horrible. Okay. Horrible. Somebody come along and say, look, I'll give you $150,000, which will change your whole life, your family's life, everything. Okay. Just rap on this. I'm going to make the millions. But this 150 that you're going to get is your million. And you took it. And you did a great job. And you put out Paid in Full. And Long Live the King. And By All Means Necessary. And Yo Bum Rush the Show. And all of this. You did put these out. Classics. But you only got $75,000. But that $75,000 was your million. This was the movement. We knew we were getting ripped off. We saw it. But in order for us to be something, that's what you had to endure. And it makes you remember about what slavery is really all about. Nobody on the, not nobody, but 90% of the people on the plantation didn't want to be there. But they were there, so they made the best of it. They didn't just say, oh, I'm on a plantation, this tyrant is over my head with a gun. We said, no, I'm going to sing. I got a master on my head with a gun to my head. Do y'all see the barrel? Everybody's like, oh, yo. And we all start singing. And that's what we're doing right now. We're in a war zone. They just shot one of our people the other day. Come on now. They're choking us. Can't breathe. The police are getting off left and right. We're in a war zone right now. And what are we doing? Dancing, chilling. Yeah, what's going on? And I'm not dissing either. I'm showing you ancient culture. In a war zone. We dancing. Back in the days, like 20, 30, 50,000 years ago, you'd be dancing with lions and tigers circling your camp. What you think? They was just dancing and nobody was, there was no threat, right? We just Africans in the bush dancing to a flame, right? First of all, the flame alone draws the animals. Okay, so I'm just going there real quick with you for you to see the movement. The movement never leaves you. Your culture never leaves you. By studying the movement of your culture, you could learn timeless history. Timeless. Because you're not looking at a geographical shape. You're not looking at a name and a date. You're looking at character, intentions, situations, circumstances. This is your real history. You're looking at talents, traits, heredity, lineage. That's your real culture. And that's why we're reading the movement. That's why we're reading the movement. This is hip hop, the first time we have all come together to discuss hip hop as culture. The first time and the only time, I would add, that we all was able to come together. Now, there's been other meetings after this put on by us and others that would have something to do with the creation of hip hop's culture. But this is the first one. This is what kicked it off. This is it right here. There was nothing before us. Nothing. And everyone participating in this meeting, there was nothing before them. Nothing. This is the first time, and that's why we're studying it. And that's why we're going slow with this, because this is one of the most important parts of the gospel of hip hop for a teacher of hip hop to understand, to understand. Do you really comprehend what's going down here? So, and we began our session. Now, obviously, it says hip hop is having because of rap artists. This is me talking about the difference between hip hop and rap. One of the beginning. Let me read 76 and go into 77. Our reading starts at 77, but let me read 76 just as a preface to 77. So it's here that I'm talking about. Hold on one second, y'all. Let me just clear. Let me clear my throat. Okay. That'll do. So this is me now talking to Cool Herc, others, Africa Bambaata's there, Grand Wizard Theodore's there, others are there. And I'm talking to everybody, and I'm putting forward this book, this gospel, what became this gospel of hip hop, is what I'm actually trying to put forward. And just so you know, the book that actually came out from this was The Science of Rap. But I realized that it didn't go far enough. First of all, I'm only using rap, Science of Rap. That didn't speak to this meeting. But the book that came out, this is 1994. The book that came out next year, 1995, was The Science of Rap. And it did discuss hip hop, approaching it culturally. But it was a rap, a how-to rap book. And in your how to rap, we discussed you got to know something about hip hop culture, but never really went into it. So you should know that as well. The Science of Rap is what came out after 1995. And then Ruminations in 2023, which is an update of The Science of Rap. And then 2009, The Gospel of Hip Hop, 2009. So I'm saying here, if you're going to give in a tape, and notice the word tape, make sure as you teach that cause, you remind people that there was a thing at one time called tape. It was a cassette tape, quarter-inch tape, half-inch tape, and it was a tape. It was what was called a tape, and you record onto a tape. You guys better remember that, because that was part of the culture, and you got to be able to articulate, even if you've never seen one. Go online and go look at a 2-inch tape on the reel. Huh?
Hold on, quick correction. Ruminations 2003.
What did I say?
2023.
Well, obviously.
Right. I just want to.
No, but let's be clear. Right. 2003. Right. Rumination.
Of The Science of Rap.
Of The Science of Rap, 2003. That's right, not 2023. Although that could have been that my higher self could be talking. I don't even know what that meant. On another level, that who knows? Why did I say 2023? Because I'm confused with 23. That's all it was. Now, if you're gonna give in a tape and say I'm into rap, you have to define yourself. Are you going to be a rap artist, or are you going to be a hip hop artist? This is the first time we're making this differentiation here. Because if you, and look, it's underlined. Those that have their gospel, notice that it's already underlined. Because if you say you're going to be a hip hop artist, well, this little book here, put together by the minds of people in hip hop, is what you should know. This will also weed out who's not down and who really is. And end of that underline. In addition to that, we won't have these problems that hip hop is having because of rap artists. So this is the main focus of what I am saying here today, now going into 77. And we began our session by rearranging our chairs into a circle. And when the cipher was complete, KRS continued, quote, "Let me start it off with question number 1. And you know what? Look at this now, because I'm looking back on this some 30 some odd years later, and these words really matter now. 30 years later, these words really matter now. But I'm just speaking them. I'm just, like the way I'm talking to you right now is the way I was talking back then. But this was the subject. And look at the words. I say, let me start this off. Let me start it off with question number 1. Okay, there are 2 starts in that. As a teacher, you have to point out the word start and the word 1. These are beginnings. These are origins. These are power words. That's why I'm pointing them out to you. Precedence, authority, authenticity. These things matter when you are a scholar. Now, if you just an entertainer, they don't matter. Authenticity doesn't matter. Fact doesn't matter. Precedence, history, source material, none of that matters. You're an entertainer. And so I don't even have to approach you seriously either. I can exploit you. Because I don't have to take you seriously. I don't have to take your concerns seriously. And that's what a lot of people, you know, that's what these executives knew. They knew this. They knew it. And instead of them trying to empower us, because we empowered them, when they got their first billion off of us, instead of saying, why don't we cut them in and let them do this, that, and the other? We gonna get money. They said, no, we want it all for ourselves. And they continue to rape us, rob us, exploit us until people like Puffy, P. Diddy, and others who chose to brave that world and start their own companies at the death of their partners and jail time. And you know what these people went through, death row and all of these companies as well, Loud Records. You know, it wasn't no easy ride. It was no easy ride to start your own company and maintain it. That was no easy ride. But we did it. A portion of us did that, you know, and because we were getting so ripped off. The other parts of us, like me, somebody culturally minded, we went into the universities. We started writing books, started documenting the culture, and went to the universities and started teaching it. And teaching it freely, too. You know, I get paid very well for my college lectures today. But back in the day, Yale don't pay. I don't think they pay to this day, unless you're the president or somebody. But back then, no, Yale didn't pay. They called you, you went. Harvard didn't pay. They called you, you went. But after 2 or 3 times going, we start saying, nah, you're going to have to pay now. And so they did. And it's very rare to get Harvard, Yale, Stanford, Stanford, UCLA. It's hard to get them to pay you to be there, because after you talk at these universities, other universities do pay you to be there. So that's the game that's being played. I'm going off into something else. But what I wanted to say, though, is that don't think that people are sellouts because they take corporate deals. Some are, straight up. Others have to take the deal or they can't feed their kids. And you have to get ripped off, and you have to shuck and jive, and you have to play coon, or you can't talk today. See, remember, everybody on the plantation, when the master go by, they say, yes, a master, yes, a master. Everybody going, yes, a master is not a slave. Some people go, yes, a master, just doing it because he's walking by. Now, you could tell a true slave when we all going, yes, a master, because he going by. And when he goes away and it's just us there, you still going, yes, a master, Wait a minute, he ain't here no more. But you still locked in your head. I'm still going to do what I'm told, even when dude ain't even here. This is the difference. And this is the difference in character. Do you succumb to oppression, or do you outsmart it whenever you get a chance? You outsmart oppression. Do what you got to do. Say what you got to say, but keep your heart intact. Because the minute dude slip, axe in his back. Joke right there. And that's godly, too. Let me add that. Remember, Nat Turner was a reverend first. Okay. You always remember that. Okay. Nat Turner was a reverend first. Moses was God's chosen. Moses was hitting dudes in the head with sticks, okay? Poison and whole germ warfare on Egypt and all of that, okay? No, don't be, I always say, don't be no coward. This thing they showing you God tolerating the devil. Nah, none of the books I read ever said that. Nah, devil got thrown down quick. And that's the attitude you should have as well. Don't let nobody tell you nothing about your culture, about your countenance, about your divinity. Throw them down quick. Oh, no, either intellectually, physically, spiritually, whatever it is, financially. No. Don't tolerate yourself being put down. Don't tolerate that. Now, of course, if there's a correction that needs to be made, that's criticism, that's correction. You check yourself and you move on. Somebody telling you something about yourself. Listen to that. But somebody deliberately coming to you, you ain't this and you ain't that. Why? Because you are? Yeah, my culture's better than mine. Nah, sorry, not happening. And you have to be able to articulate your view, articulate your point, articulate your culture and the greatness of who you are. We ain't here to put nobody down, but you ain't dissing hip hop. Nah. And if that's what you think you're going to do, you know the attitude of hip hop, we will put you on the ground. So now here we are. So we began our session by rearranging our chairs into a circle. And when the circle was complete, KRS continued. Here's the power line. Like Con Edison, I'm spitting power lines. That's in one of my new rhymes. Let me start it off with question number 1 being, what in our minds is the most important aspect to preserving the culture of hip hop? That was question number 1. At the start of the meeting, question number 1 was, what in our minds is the most important aspect to the preserving of the culture of hip hop? All those words are power words, all of them. And why are they power words? Because this is the beginning of the culture. Not all that talk, not all these documentaries, none of that even was in existence when this was said. With Africa Bambaataa, with Cool Herc, with Crazy Legs, with Channel Live, with everyone else that was there as well at the Schomburg Center and recorded for all history. There was nothing before that. That's why this is a power line, and you got to know that. And when I say what in our minds is that in this day and age, what is the most powerful means of preserving the culture? That's the secondary question. What's the most powerful means? Hip hop means more people. Hip hop means more people in professional life, or does it mean that, or does it mean that's going to hinder us? Like more people in professional life is going to hinder us. Matter of fact, I'll start it off. Here we go again. I'll start it off. Do you hear this? Okay. I'll start it off like this. In our opinion, can you be a professional in hip hop? This was key question because we had so many people selling out. And I mean selling out. Okay. We had so many people betraying what they knew to be the culture. You know this is the culture. They want to do the opposite because some corporation paid them to. Wow. Really, dude? Which is also the reason why we showed you the original Stop the Violence, Heal, so on and so on. Because, first of all, that's what they don't want to show you. Because that's the beginning. That's the original. That's what they're disrespecting. That's what they're hiding from the public. Because the more you think of yourself as a culture, as opposed to a music genre, the more power you have to command the money that your culture makes. They're making us poor because we have no unified culture. We're not standing on a unified culture, so anybody could just exploit us. And when people like myself come up and say, and I say people like myself because I'm not the only one, people like myself step up and say, yo, we need to take more responsibility for what we got. You know, we're pushed to the side, marginalized, told that we're too preachy, or, you know, we want to be above everybody else, or whatever the criticisms have been. But what happens? Year after year, the corporations extract another billion out of our culture that we don't have for ourselves. And it's really that simple. You don't feel it. Because if you were born in theft, you don't feel it. Like if you're born in a prison, you think prison is dope because you don't have nothing else to go by. You're born in prison. The same thing with theft. If you never had what was stolen from you, you good. You good. You're like, well, I don't know what it was, but I'm good right now. I'm chilling. Until somebody reveals to you, this is what they took. This is your real, this is what you're supposed to have. They reveal it. And they reveal that, every year you're supposed to have $1 billion. Like slow down for a minute and think about this. Every year, the culture you claim is raking in tens of billions of dollars. And because in the 90s, nobody could see the importance of unionizing hip hop, coming around a set of principles, respecting what we were doing with the Stop the Violence movement all the way to the United Nations, because no one respected that. Now look at the children. Look at our children now, where we could have offered them health care, legal defense, our own education. We would have already had our cities up. All of this. What did we do in the 90s? We were popping bottles and looking at models and this, that, and the other. And now we look back and the price tag comes. And see, everyone's quiet about it because you're guilty, for one. And two, it's not in your interest to talk about how we got here. It's not in your interest. You're not going to speak that truth. You're going to just say, well, whatever. We here now. We can't keep talking about the past. We here now. Okay, you're right. But look where you are now and look where we are now. And no bragging, no nothing. Nothing. I see, if I'm lying, I see rappers dying all around me. Shout out to K Slay, latest one. Dude just asked me for another rhyme. I just sent him another rhyme. He does the 100 MC, did the 110 MCs. He was trying to do a 200. I sent him another rhyme. Now the dude ain't even here. Our icons, and by the way, that's K Slay, okay? Just for a moment, for real quick, okay? That's Desi Dez. That's the classic. This dude is all city. He was the original graffiti writers, with the original graffiti writers. Desi Dez. Dez. Look at the movie Star Wars. The skinny dude with the Kango talking to this young dude named Quick, which was his student. And Quick is ill, okay? That was his student at the time, young kid named Quick. It's graffiti name. And Desi Dez was the one bringing him up through the ropes. That Desi Dez turned into K Slay. That's K Slay. Graffiti writer first. Hit the yards up. Was already in Star Wars as a major graffiti writer. Then picked up the turntables and became K Slay. Rest in peace, my dude. Rest in peace. No doubt, and in peace. But it seems like every other week, we got to hear somebody else and somebody else and somebody else. And see, this is where you discuss that at the temple of hip hop. Ain't no corporation going to discuss this, not even a school. Is going to bring, this is where we discuss life and death, right here at our temple. And we glean lessons from what we saw and what we experienced. I tell you one thing, if COVID did not teach us one thing, it teaches us to stay healthy. If it didn't teach nothing, it teaches that having a strong immune system, eating the right foods, even when you feel like you could just gulp down 2 pints of ice cream. Okay, it went down today. But 2 months from now, that's going to be the thing that stops your body from fighting off what's coming 2 months from now. And we got to think about things like this. I'm not sitting here telling you, you know, like I'm some goody two-shoe about this. I eat all types of stuff, okay? Straight up. But I, at my age and looking around, and I was like, wait a minute. You got to take responsibility for yourself. You're going to have to, you know, more water, less alcohol, more herbal supplements, less salt, sugar, hot sauce, you know, barbecue sauce. I'm thinking about that right now with the salmon, like, real talk. But we got a little less of that. And why a little less? Turn it on the back. Sodium level, 240 degrees sodium. Like you just drinking salt on top of salt on top of salt. Sugar, dairy, flour, all of this stuff. Take a break. A lot of us don't like to eat vegetables. We got to grow up. That's the healing of the nation. That's going to do your body good. You got to eat a carrot. You got to eat celery. You got to put those tomatoes in you. You got to eat healthy. You got to do it. And it's like breathing air. You got to breathe air, or, okay, cover your mouth up. You're out of here. And you got to look at food like chemicals. We talked about this in the health section of the Gospel of Hip Hop. So I'm just putting an emphasis on that real quick because again, people don't like to look at the truth. They avoid it, and they avoid it at their own calamity. They avoided it at their own suffering. And it's like, no, we're not here to put ourselves above nobody. We're not criticizing nobody. We're not doing that. But while we are healthy and up, at least something, at least you feel, if you can watch me right now, okay, if you're a little bit healthy, try to get healthier. Try to get healthier. Take the view that I'm gonna drink down. I'm gonna get I'm gonna drink 4 cups of water today. Just today, I'm gonna drink 4 cups of water. That's 2 of these. That's 2 of these. This is 2 cups of water. It's 2 of these. Okay, just drink 2 of these down. Boom. You know, your body loves that. Loves it. You 98% water. Your body loves that water. Don't be dehydrated. Dehydration is the beginning of most disease. That's ancient too. So look, we get getting into that. My point though is that if you don't know what your culture is and you're not ready to defend your culture, these people are taking billions of dollars out of our culture. And I sit back, you know, a helpless teacher, really, a helpless teacher. Because I know this stuff. I know it. I know what they're doing. And also they know what they're doing. And they know I know what they're doing because they hear me. They hear me talk. I've been talking for 30 years. These corporate executives, they know me. They know what I'm saying. But they say, damn, I hope they don't listen to Chris. And you sit there, you think about, oh, come on, Chris, really? They say, you better think about it. They are hoping and praying that you just don't take me seriously or don't take these teachings seriously. They're just hoping and praying. Because they know that if anybody continues to stop the violence movement, heal, to Temple of Hip Hop, any of that, their power is done. We're all vying for the minds of the people. They want your mind so they can make $1 billion. I want your mind so that your children's children can have that $1 billion. Yeah. Your children ain't supposed to be broke and poor, and hip-hop pulling in tens of billions of dollars a year in all types of ways. But we are not unified, so we can't claim our own value. We can't claim it. And those that are unified are claiming their value, but it's only for them. And that's the position I'm in. I claim my value. You ain't taking nothing from me. Straight up. I claim my value. But I'm the only one that benefits from it. My family, we benefit. And of course, then the temple, when you take it professionally, no, the Temple of Hip Hop benefits. Temple of Hip Hop benefits. We global organization. Everybody know who we are. They know what it is. Matter of fact, just last week, we shot up the 30,000 views in one of our the movement that shows the films. You know, usually every week you get like 2,100 people, 2,500 people maybe, you know, that sees this throughout the week. Well, that one film, that one we put out last week, shot up to 30,000 people and more. It just keeps going. People just watching this and watching this and watching this. And some of the comments even is like, how can this be happening? How could this have been the original hip hop and what we're seeing out here today? People are waking up. But it's us, the independent voice of hip hop. Independent. And we made it that way because we knew we can't be linked to these corporations or depending on them is what it really is. We can't depend on them or rely on them and also rely on our culture. It can't happen. You have to rely on the culture and the culture only. And that's what we're doing. We rely on the culture and the culture only. We rely on our principles and our principles only. We rely on our talent and our talent only. And because of that, we now stand victorious. Shout out to the Apollo Theater. We tore that place down the other day. Big up to the Apollo, straight up. And Talib Kweli, Bahamadia, Buckshot, Rod Digger. How can I forget Rod Digger? Keith Murray, and Tretch, Naughty by Nature, the whole crew. It was a fantastic night. It was off the chain. Lyricist Lounge. Big up to Danny as well. What's Danny's full name? Castro. Danny Castro. Shout out to Danny Castro.
And Lynn and also.
Oh, you said Lynn. Oh, now we get shout out. Now the shout out list is now starting with Lynn. Lynn and Anthony over there. Those are the people that threw the event. It's called Lyricist Lounge, another long-time institution within hip-hop. Look them up. They got all types of artists coming out of their situation. But it was Lyricist Lounge that threw the situation, that produced the show there. Big up to them and the whole 9 yards. Of course, I headlined the whole thing. We closed the show down. The talk of the town is, which I didn't see it as a big deal, but I told everybody to sit down. It was a weird thing. I was just being me, but everybody was up there cheering. Yeah. I said, wait a minute, we at the end of the night. Like, sit down. And it's the Apollo, so they have seats. I said, sit down, take a break. Everybody, and you heard the whole Apollo go, oh. Everybody just sat down in their seat. And instead of, jumping around and doing all of that, I told everybody to sit down and just listen to the lyrics. And we went through. And it was dope. They enjoyed that kind of show. You don't always have to jump up and have your hands up and stand and this kind of thing. Although they did it out of respect. It was the end of the night. Everybody was tired. It was what it was. And now KRS is going to come on. And he going to bang you for an hour. I was like, nah, everybody sit down. Sit down and let's get these lyrics off. And we did. And it was wonderful. But I say that to say that we independent. And let me show you that. You know what I'm saying? We independent. You can be independent too. You don't have to sign with no corporation. You don't got to do none of that. You got to believe in yourself and you got to hone your craft and hone your talents and become perfect and excellent and complete at what you do. What you do. You can either call me a master teacher or an unemployed black man. It's the same thing. What's the difference, really? Either I'm a hip-hop master teacher or unemployed high school dropout black man. I'm all of that. Oh, yes. The only difference is I believe in me to the point of KRS-ONE. And you should too. You should too. Your name is your KRS-ONE, is your moniker. That's your name. Bring power to your name and bring power to your lineage and to your heritage. Bring power to your culture and bring power to the traditions you participate in. I practice Hip Hop Appreciation Week. I practice Hip Hop History Month. My whole family sits down for Hip Hop History Month, and we sit and look at something, talk about something, even create something. But if you're not taking hip hop seriously, meaning your family could run off and do whatever they want, and you the only one really benefiting, then it's not going to work for your lineage. It'll work for you, but it's not going to work for your lineage. It won't work for your children. It won't work for you in your older age even. It'll work for you right now. For you right now. And that's why we're giving you these principles and character. And character. And like I always say, I hope I'm showing you with my very life, with my character, with my being with me, I hope I'm showing you what I'm teaching. I am the result of what I'm teaching you. So if you want to know where you eventually wind up with these teachings, it's right here at legendary status. If I may get my Leo the Lion, arrogant Leo self on. Big up to all Leos out there, straight up and down. We believe in ourselves. We lions, straight up and down. You're not telling me that I'm not. No, but this is the point, though. Where's the confidence in yourself? Where's the faith in yourself? It comes by way of knowledge. It comes by your affiliations. It comes by Hip Hop Appreciation Week. You flying in, taking in Grandmaster Caz, taking in Popmaster Fables and KRS-ONE and others during the whole week, visiting the temple, seeing the early building of the museum that's being built in the Bronx, being in the Bronx, going to 1520. No, you go home with a spirit on you. You go home with completion on you. And if you allow other people to deplete your experiences or tell you your experiences ain't as holy or as important as their experiences, no, you just got duped. And that's why we're reading this movement. Hip hop means more people in professional life. Does it mean that? Or does it mean that that's going to hinder us? Matter of fact, I'll start it off like this. In our opinion, can you be a professional in hip hop? And a Brooklyn-born hip hop activist responded by saying, I don't think so. Because I think hip hop is a way of life. It's a culture. That was the first time that was said. How do you become a professional in your way of life unless you clearly have moved on to the afterlife? That was a weird poetic situation, but that was the understand. Like a professional, how do you become professional culture? And I responded by saying, what about someone like, say, like Jews, for instance? Just say that's a personal belief. Like, say, they would wear I'm talking about Orthodox Jews, they would wear their yarmulke, their whole thing, to work. The yarmulke, the black and white. This is what we used to see in Brooklyn, over by Flatbush, Brooklyn. It was Orthodox Jews used to wear black and white top hats with locks going down the side of their face. It was their religion. It's their culture. And it says Jews, they would wear their yarmulke, their whole thing, to work. And they're showing when you deal with them, you have to see they're Jewish. I mean, we're in a different circumstance, and TC Islam responded by saying, and rest in peace, TC Islam. And TC Islam responded by saying, but Brother Chris, and notice, just for intricate scholarship, he said, but Brother Chris. He didn't say, but Brother KRS. But here it's written KRS because that's how I spell Chris. But Brother Chris, being Jewish isn't more like wearing a yarmulke and all that. It's your ways and actions. It's like brothers and sisters that live hip hop. It's a way of life. Then Africa Bambaataa said, for y'all to deal with the industry in hip hop, y'all gonna have to be organized. Because y'all dealing with some devious, evil people who've been robbing people since the 50s with the doo-wop groups. Same thing in the 60s, same thing they doing with hip hop. And a lot of the rap groups don't know about their mechanical rights, they royalties, they licensing. These words, like this is, we're in the 1994, we don't know, okay, about mechanical royalties. The difference between your work on the record and then the record. Okay, your work is worth money, and people have to pay for your work to be played, okay? Then there's the record that you purchase. Then there's copyright. Who wants to copy the record? Other people want to put the record on a compilation. That's a licensing deal. All of this was going down, and we knew nothing. They gave us, like, let's just say $150,000. And then they would take the mechanical royalties, the sale of the record, any performances that the record did, any other thing. It was ghosts, okay? We knew nothing. We sitting in the meeting. Now, mind you, by 94, some of us did know this. As you can see, Africa Bambaataa is stating it. I knew it as well. Channel Live knew it as well. GSIMONE, obviously, those of us who were savvy, and there was other people in the room as well that knew this language. But overall, okay, 90%, I would take it up as far as 90% of the rap artists that were out did not know this language, this knowledge, this language, this way. They did not know what was happening to them. This would happen. We would learn this later, and we would learn it through trial and error. Like I said, people like P. Diddy, back then he was Puff Daddy, they had to learn this the hard way. You know how many beatings Puffy probably had to take before he, in his head, how much loss they had to go through before they realized, no, we're going to do Bad Boy now. We're going to do this now. We're going to do this. But that came with pain. And also the loss of his homie, B.I.G. Shout out to B.I.G. Shout out to B.I.G. You know, this is what it was like to come up in the record industry, really. I mean, I'm not even going to get into that. But, like, no, it was gangster. It was. And you can't deny that. You can't candy coat that and brush it under the rug. You can't say drug dealers and big cocaine dealers and drug dealers wasn't the ones financing companies and guns and this, that, and the other. How do you even think you could have a company and getting millions of dollars and the rest of the block ain't running up on you? You had to be somebody. You know, like, that's hip hop. The rest of these music genres, you can walk around with diamonds on your neck and all this stuff and nobody's saying nothing. Hip hop was never like that. If you had gold around your neck, some gazelles on your eyes, some you better be somebody, because it was coming off. And that was the savagery of the culture. I can't even say savagery. That was the criminality of the culture. Straight up and down. The stupidity even of the culture. I would add that. The immaturity, the ignorance, the stupidity of our own culture. But you can't brush it under the rug. It happened. It's a fact. And that's the point. We want the facts. And when you put all the facts together, hip-hop is the greatest culture on earth. Don't hide from the facts. Put them all together and see the whole story. See the whole story. Well, here's the beginning of that story right here. We're talking about mechanical royalties, licensing. These are new words. What is this? Africa Bambaataa says, a lot of rap groups don't know about their mechanical rights, their royalties, their licensing. You can have a cover over here, a album cover, over here that's one cover in Europe and one cover in America. In Europe or in some other Latin America, it'd be a whole different cover. Or they might even take your picture off. You got to know about Cablevision, Okay, now this is the word he had because this was just one of the companies, one of the first companies that were actually doing this. But this is where Africa Bambaataa was talking about the future. Okay, you got to know about cable vision. You got to be in tune with what's happening with the future. There's so many different things. Like you need to get into professionalism in cable vision because it's going to be 500 TV channels coming on, and they're going to need music, programming, video shows for this. We got to be organized. We got to have discipline, structure, and you got to have, and you're going to have professionalism, because that's what they did to take hip hop away from y'all, because the hip hop community itself was not organized. That right there, let's highlight that whole piece right there. Highlight 83. 83, it starts on page 509 and then carries over to 510. Okay. Underline that because I want you to see this. Today we're reading it out of context. And I want you to go back and really try to feel the context of this. We're just coming out of an age where you had, first of all, the TV was a box, not no flat, nothing, okay? Box. It was a box, a three-dimensional box, okay? And it had a knob. And by this time, we used to have, I think we had remote control TVs by then. If you had some money, you had a remote control. But most of us had this clicker that had a wire to it connected to the TV, or you went to the TV and turned the thing. And there was only channel 2, channel 4, channel 5, channel 7, channel 9, channel 11, channel 13. These were the channels. Everything in between that was and so you would see gray. Now, mind you, we was living like this for 40 years. When I was born, that's how the TV was, okay? Now, this group of thinkers that are in this building, okay, we are the ones that know what's about to happen. That's why we're meeting. And I want you to notice that Africa Bambaataa points out the spirit of the meeting. We all did not speak like this, but we all were aware of this. We were all aware of what was about to happen. We knew the internet was coming, and we knew that it used to be a tool of the military, and they was about to put a net over the whole country. We didn't even know it was going to be the World Wide Web. Okay, web, net, capture. We knew this, but no one else knew it. And we would say this, and they would say, oh, y'all just preachy. Y'all just, nobody talks about this today because it's embarrassing. Some people are guilty, and others it's not to their interest. But we documented how we were thinking at the time. We were the futurists for hip hop. And most of hip hop's pioneers are futurists. Not past. We always got to go back to the past. You got to know your history. Okay, we respect that. But when you really get down to the actual meeting, when people are on the ground doing something, making the culture with their hands, their minds, and their mouths, it ain't about the past. It's about the future. And this is what we have. We have to have vision. You have to be able to see the vision and stay with it. I want to read this 83 one more time. There's so many different things. Okay, this is what Africa he says. So many different things. Like you need to get into professionalism in cable vision because it's going to be 500 TV channels coming on, and they're going to need music programming, video shows for this. Now, look at this. We already said, now, if anybody took that advice, where would we be today? Think about this. If we got up from here and said, let's go to Cablevision and let's try to make something happen, where would we be today? We knew of this knowledge, but even Africa Bambaataa didn't act on it. No one did. We heard it, we knew it, but did not act on it. We told it to others. They didn't act on it. Now 500 channels come. And you know, at the beginning of something, it's always easy to acquire something at the beginning. It's later on now when the success jumps off. And now it's becoming Showtime and the Apollo, and cable is now an alternative to these 7 channels we're watching. Now it's Video Music Box. Now it's this, and we're sitting back allowing this to happen and wondering, where's our power going? We're not heeding our own philosophies. We're not heeding our own vision of ourselves. We're playing games with ourselves. And let me say that unequivocally. That's what this is. It's documented. We knew what it was, but nobody moved. We just knew it. Continuing. So meaning now the first death of hip hop, they took away the vinyl. Meaning they got rid of the DJ, the original DJ on vinyl. This is documented. People, though, they just breeze over that part. Everybody today swear they're a DJ. But the culture remembers when they took away the original DJ who used to cut and scratch on vinyl records, on turntables. At the Temple of Hip Hop, we will always have turntables, and we will always have vinyl records, and we will always train you to cut, mix, and scratch on vinyl records, as well as CDJs, Serato, and all the rest. But where's the vinyl record? And where's your skill on it as a DJ? So meaning now the first death of hip hop, they took away the vinyl. The first death was documented right here. Before Nas declared the death. Here was another death right here. They took away the vinyl. Meaning they got rid of the DJ. They didn't speak to the Black or Latino community and say, do you want to get rid of your turntables or vinyl? They said, boom, it's out. CDs is in, cassettes is in, and that's what's happening. And look at this. CDs is in, cassettes is in. This is what cassettes are just coming in, okay? Cassettes are just becoming something to have. And CDs are just, that high-level technology. And that's what's happened. And we just go along with the program. A couple of us might argue and put on our record, we want vinyl, we want vinyl. They give you a little money, to make you happy and shit. And then they might throw you a little money to shut the hell up. You got a lot of sellouts in the industry in hip hop. The only way we can do it, and keep in mind, y'all, I'm reading a transcription. Those who have the gospel, you see me struggling through, because this is how people talk. And so we're not reading, grammatically correct literature. This is a transcription of what came out of people's mouths. And it's important that it's written like this. So I'm just kind of struggling through to try to imply what was said. And on top of this, you can always go back to the last week's, or when we was playing the movement, the meeting of the minds, where you see Harry Allen stand up at the Schomburg Center. He has a black kufi on. He has a blue shirt. Harry Allen stands up. He says, "Hi, my name is Harry Allen, the media assassin." When you see that, you could read this book. His words and all of the words after that are identical to this right here. So, and I mention that every time because reading something is one thing, but seeing the body movement and the face expression and the voice tone is a deeper knowledge. That's a deeper knowledge, and it's a cultural knowledge, and you got to get it. Moving on, you got a lot of sellouts in the industry in hip hop. The only way we can do it is dealing by an organized meeting of the minds. Again, the only way we can do it is dealing by an organized meeting of the minds. And it can't be just one meeting. We have to go down many meetings. It can be a year, 2 years, whatever, until we get this whole thing structured. A hip hop union organization. The only thing closest to this is the Temple of Hip Hop. The closest thing to this is the Temple of Hip Hop. And the Temple of Hip Hop is not this. But the closest that we ever got to this right here, look at what said, and it can't just be one meeting. We have to go down many meetings. We're the ones who did that work. From this forward, we did the work. Many meetings. It can't be a year, 2 years, whatever. I'm sorry, it can be a year, 2 years, whatever, until we get this whole thing structured. A hip-hop union organization. That's only the Temple of Hip Hop. Everyone else, some did unionize, some did come together, some did but where's the effect? What happened based on what we're talking about here? Making hip hop a culture. What happened? What do all hip hoppers get based on your organization or based on your teachings or based on anything? Nothing happened, is my point. Hip hop union organization, basically a government. And keep in mind, this is now the book now reading, not this is Africa Bambaataa ended. And keep in mind that this discussion is taking place in 1994, before the internet and at the dawn of compact disc, satellite television, and digital radio. Africa Bambaataa foresaw all of what was going on today and warned us of what was to come. Only the wise listened. Africa Bambaataa continued, quote, see, we got to start working with the brothers or sisters that want to do. Be a doer of the word. The ones that want to do, leave them, the ones that want to do, leave them on the side, because when the time comes around and the ones on that material shit, they will get on the bandwagon once they see something materialistic to them. Now stop here for a minute. I just want to look at something. The ones that want to do. Right.
He's telling them to leave them on the side, the bullshitters.
Right, but do you understand this? The ones that want to do, leave them on the side, because when the time comes around and the ones on that material shit, they will get on the bandwagon once they see something materialistic to them. I think Bam's talk may have been like he may have wanted to say
those of us that want to do, leave them on the side. And once they see something come of it, then they'll jump on the bandwagon.
But that's the ones that want to do.
Yes, those of us that want to do, leave them, the bullshitting people, on the side until something gets put together. Then they'll want to jump on.
That's what he meant.
Right.
That's what he meant. But that's not what's being said. Or at least, well, maybe it is, because if you caught it like that, then so on. But I'm looking at the sentence structure.
Right.
And
it goes back to you got to listen to this dude.
Right. You would have had to have been there or see him say it.
Right. Yes, indeed.
So then you know what? Why don't we underline that line and make a note of it? Word. Meaning, let's underline the ones that want to do, and then you I think we're gonna make a note that Africa Bambaataa is he's talking too fast. That's the point. He's talking too fast, and he's not, separating, because we're all in the room. So he's just saying, he's speaking to us. He's not speaking to history or speaking to anything else. So it reads, the ones that want to do, leave them. Yeah, the ones that want to do,
Right. I would say maybe put in parentheses the them in this sentence is the ones on that material ship, which he then says later.
See, I see it, and I may have to go back and watch this again, but what I remember is the way Bam was saying it was the ones that want to do, like me saying to you, you want to do, so let's leave these other dudes on the side.
Right. Right.
That's what the inflection was. The ones that want to do, leave these other dudes on the side. They'll come around when they see something materialistic.
Right.
So this first sentence, the ones that want to do, should be, we should make a note that Africa Bambaataa is talking to us, to the doers.
Talking to the doers, as opposed to those who don't want to do.
Right.
Who are not doers.
Separating the doers. So he said, though it says, look at the thing. So we got to start working with the brothers or sisters that want to do. Be a doer of the word. The ones that want to do, And he should have said, y'all should leave these dudes on the side.
Right.
But there's no y'all should or direct to us. So it reads, the ones that want to do, leave them on the side, but it reads like you're saying, the ones that want to do, leave the doers on the side because they gonna be materialistic.
Right.
And again, look at how translation could turn a whole nation into something different. Because without being there and knowing this one line right here, you could think like, what does he mean? Right. The doers are materialistic? No, he's talking to the doers and saying, leave these other people on the side. Mm-hmm. So let's all make a note of that in the best way that you can. Note in your own writing. Try to articulate for yourself the idea that here in this particular piece, Africa Bambaataa is talking to the doers, saying these other people are going to come around when they see something materialistic, or some opportunity. They're going to come around. So just underline that whole piece all the way down to the end. Something materialistic to them. That's a troubled paragraph. That's a challenging paragraph. But as scholars, you now have the inside track of it. You know how to articulate it and say that this is, there should be a y'all should or some acknowledgement to the people he's talking to, but he's talking to us. So there's no acknowledgement. He's just going. And this is a transcription. Let's go on. That's how many people just join a lot of unions. You think the Federation of Teachers waited for somebody to come together before they could deal with the Board of Education or the unions that deal with the construction workers? Like the brothers, the Black and Latino construction workers, they didn't stop to say, well, the whites is not giving us no jobs working with construction. And here's the underline. They got together and they went out there and started taking jobs and demanding their jobs. And the same way, we gonna have to deal with the industry in the same way. taking jobs and demanding jobs. Because you messing with some real devious people that's robbing the shit out of a lot of these artists, even the ones that make crazy money in the industry, they still getting robbed if you really sit down and talk with them in truth. You know, you don't want no brother that's gonna get in the limelight and show, I got my cars, all the young ladies, I got my house and stuff. You know, really sit down and check with them. How much is they really getting? Or is the industry getting billions of money? Or like Wu-Tang, if they sold so many, how much money or percentage are they getting from the record company? End quote. And then Crazy Legs said, quote, see, the thing is that our only alternative, if we don't make it, I can't say we all live hip hop. I personally do. Then it's the underline. But my only earth alternative, if I can't make it with a dance company or whatever, if I can't dance no more, it can only be to scramble. That's the point. And you know what? Wait a minute. Well, if I can't dance no more, it can only be to scramble. I think that says it can't only be to scramble. You know what? I'm making a note myself. Y'all don't have to make this note. I just want to make sure, because I'm going to have to go back and listen to this again. Because remember, we're also reading to correct the errors of the gospel for the second edition. So I just want to make sure little things like this, you'll notice as we were reading, you know, we point these little things out. That's the point. My only alternative can't be by hustle. Oh, see, there it is right there. So that is an error. You know what? Then go ahead and mark it in your gospel as an error. And we're going to treat it as one. I'm going to go back and listen, but we'll treat it as an error right now. And the error is in the 91st paragraph, in the underline, it says, if I can't dance no more, it can only be to scramble. That's the point. The correction is, if I can't dance no more, it can't only be to scramble. That's the point. My only alternative can't be by hustling. It has to be like something solid right there. Bam. All right, cool. All right, I can't dance no more. Laughs. And you see he says, okay, bam, look at this. He's not saying Africa Bambaataa. He's just saying the inflection of, okay, bam. Like, you know, okay, like you put your hand on the table, bang. Like we're coming to a conclusion here. He says, if I can't dance no more, bam, we got a dance company going out. We got Ghetto Original Dance Productions, which is an acronym for God. We got Ghetto Original Dance Productions, and we're hiring from within the community. Okay, so we're doing this. We've set up a base for people who don't have the money to take ballet or jazz or whatever. And that's already been taken away from us anyway, because those are all original African art forms. Now, mind you, this is Crazy Legs. The last time I checked, his ass was Puerto Rican. Okay, but this was the early thought. We all knew the time. Like, there was no confusion. And this is Crazy Legs with knowledge of himself. And he's saying right away, he know he's Puerto Rican, but he definitely knows that African art. And he claims Africa as well, because he knows his genes. He knows where he's coming from. And look how he talks it. And that's already been taken away from us anyway. Because those are all original African art forms.
I'm sorry, can you just read 92 one more time?
92. My only alternative can't be by hustling. It has to be like something solid. Right there. Bam. All right, cool. All right. I can't dance no more. Laughs. You know, I can still dance, but you know, if I can't dance no more, bam, we got a dance company going out. We got Ghetto Original Dance Productions, and we're hiring from within the community. Okay, so we're doing this. We've set up a base for people who don't have the money to take ballet or jazz or whatever. And that's already been taken away from us anyway, because those are all original African art forms. All right, now, what were we doing? What we're doing, let me do that again. All right, now, what we're doing is we just like saying these brothers out here. Wait, let me read this one more time.
Well,
All right.
before you do, hold on, before you do, because this just caught me. The fact that he just said this out of nowhere, but Ghetto Original Dance, G-O-D,
Production.
right, G-O-D.
Right.
And he just said that out of his spirit. I just wanted to point that out real quick.
I did mention it quickly, but right.
Okay, I didn't catch that. Okay.
No, right. G-O-D. And that's why I wrote it. Then they look at the capital G, capital O, capital D.
Yes, indeed.
And I think Crazy Legs knew what he was doing. But there it is. And also look at the founders of hip hop. Look at the so-called founders of this, the originators of these art forms and popularizers of these techniques. Okay, look at these first primal people. We're all believers in God, all of us. And I say that respectfully because later on, atheism may take over, you know, and so be it. You know, and hip hop may become atheists in the future. But just know that in the beginning, we all worship God. We all knew of a holy presence. We were in it. We spoke of it. We named our dance production companies after it. So just know that as well in the early days, in the innocent days. All right, now, what we're doing is we just like saying these brothers out here don't have the money to join those things, and let's give them something. You got to get them involved in something that's more cultural, more meaningful to them, instead of wearing some tights. You know, that's your own prerogative if a brother want to wear tights. But I know sisters that dance with us. I know sisters that dance with us that want to get busy on some locking, popping, b-boying, whatever. They want to do whatever they want to do, and we take them on tour. So we have to just create these other outlets. And if you can't do it, you have to be able to bring people on that can still do it. And look at this, and that's why this is underlined too. Let me read this again. So we have to just create these other outlets. And if you can't do it, you have to be able to bring people on that can still do it. Create these other outlets. And it's like them brothers that produced Vanilla Ice. It was black people that produced him. Okay, they made money on Vanilla Ice. I think that's dope. I mean, this shit is chuckable, but you know, they're making money. And then Hakeem Green, a public school teacher and MC with rap group Channel Live, said, quote, oh, and making money was end quote. Quote, a real important aspect to preserving hip hop, I mean, I believe, is getting people to find esteem in hip hop. I've been teaching public school for the last 4 years. And the one thing I noticed in teaching social studies is that the kids didn't see their immediate society as something worthy of study. So something worth studying. So things So things that I would do is I would say, okay, we're going to study hip hop. Now, get this, okay? Now, this is Hakeem Green. This is the first time this is said before a congregation. He says, hip hop is a society of people. You interact with one another. We're going to study the ways in which you interact, the ways in which your society manifests itself. This stuff, the dance, the music, the hairstyles, the clothes, the fashion, then I flipped it and said, well, let's see who makes money off of it. I started bringing magazines in. I brought the Word Up. Word Up used to be a magazine. And I brought the Word Up in and the Rap Masters. Then I brought the Source in and Vibe. And as we got higher in levels of getting across messages, we saw where most money was going. I said, well, why is that? You know, we have to start seeing our community as something to have esteem in. In doing that, we define it. That, it's already underlined, but I want to put an emphasis on this, and only that line, too, by the way. So you could just circle it, or you could double, highlight it, or something. But let me read this to you one more time. This is Hakeem Green, Channel Live, laying it down. Look at what was said to the whole congregation. We are all in agreement, because if you didn't agree, this is the time to say, nah, I don't think that. He said, we have to start seeing our community as something to have esteem in. Now, think about this. At the time, nobody had no self-esteem in hip-hop as a community. There was no esteem. People didn't believe in hip-hop like this. Hip-hop was something to use, something you said to be part of the exploitation. Like, what are you doing, hip-hop? But not no culture. You was just part of that group of artists getting exploited for rap. That's it. Hakeem Green recognized as a school teacher, another teacher. He says, no, wait a minute. You have to believe in yourself. You have to have, your culture has to be something you see esteem in. He says, we have to start seeing our community as something to have esteem in. In doing that, we define it. Did you get that? In having esteem with what about you about, that is what defines the culture. Continuing, like I said, I've been teaching school for the last 4 years. This is how I dress. You look at his dress. When I put my locks in, I had a little friction with my boss, the principal. But I broke it down. I said, look, my locks is an expression of my culture, who I am as an African man. If there's a problem with me wearing my locks, then we'll have to take this further. If Jews can wear the locks off the side of their face and not see any feedback or wear a yarmulke, I should be able to wear my hair that way, like this. But getting people to say, yo, you're worth something, and if you're worth something, stand up for yourself. Oh, and let me say this too. You see this hairstyle that I'm sporting right now called locks? Some say dreadlocks. This was the style that got you locked up. Okay? This is the style that got you no job. This is the style that got you kicked out of school in some places. You couldn't walk around with your hair like this. This was not considered groomed. This was not considered a hairstyle, nothing. Bob Marley came and popularized it, but you still couldn't wear it and get a job. You still couldn't be accepted as a police officer or a doctor or even a lawyer. You was not taken seriously, and others would tell you, you got to cut your hair. Hip hop came and made locks acceptable. I would even put the sports community in that as well, who are, by the way, hip hop. But I would say black sports figures who just wore the locks. locks on this field. That was it. Between them and rappers, the locked hair became something that other Americans could deal with. But here in 1994, it was a problem. And Hakeem had just put his locks in. It was growing his hair and did have a problem with, why is this dreadlock guy teaching students? Forget what his mind is like. It's his hair and the look. We're trying to suppress that particular person. That particular person is who is illegal. And we had to fight against that. So here it is again. But getting people to say, yo, you're worth something. That's the point. Getting people to say, other people say, you're worth something. That means that your hair is cool. Or in this instance, your yarmulke is cool because Jews are worth something in somebody's mind. Jews are worth something. So you could wear the yarmulke. I could stomach that. Or you could basically look different than me because you're valuable. But if you look different than me and you're not valuable, that's where the criticism comes. That's where the criminalization comes in as well. Everybody's responding only to value, only to power, only to, what you could even do for them. That's what they're responding to. So they don't think that a guy with locks has anything to offer me whatsoever. We're just two different cultures. That changed over the last 20 years because sports figures, now you rooting for the dude with the locks in his hair. Same thing with boxing. I'm trying to remember the guy that actually looks close to me. Lennox Lewis? Something like that. Lennox Lewis. You knock a dude out with locks. All of a sudden, now the locks is what's happening. This kind of thing. You hit a home run with your locks flying in the back. Suddenly, now the lock. And it was this over 25 years, really. Really the new millennium forward. And a little bit in the 90s, but really the new millennium forward, that now locks is an accepted part of American society. But first, you had to be arrested. What was that?
The House or the United States government literally just passed a bill banning discrimination of Black hairstyles March 18th, or around that date. Or that's when this article is being put. But I literally just saw this. They just passed.
You know what? That's funny. I saw that as well. It wasn't about locks. It was about a young girl. No, it's about all hair. Locks is it? But it was about braids, wasn't it?
Dreadlocks, afros, and braids.
Dreadlocks, afros, and braids. There was a case. Something jumped off, and they got that passed. Let's get some more information on it. I'm glad you brought that up. Right next to Hakeem explaining his hold on, it's right here. I broke it down. Yeah, 99. Yeah, really it's 99. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go ahead and highlight the whole 99. You highlight the paragraph of it for another reason. But now let's go ahead and highlight the whole paragraph of 99, because what I want to do is put the date. Son One, return to the screen. Give us the date when that bill was passed and the name of it, if possible.
I'm looking for it right now. Just give me 5 minutes to really.
No doubt, we'll come back to it. Because right there on paragraph 99, we should have this ruling. Because even as we read this right now, that ruling did go down like last week, like last month or something like that. That ruling just went down in anti-discrimination against. Because imagine, our hair was being discriminated against all the way up until 2022. Like, sometimes you can't even make this stuff up. Like people were throwing our kids out of school. You can't get a job. You can't work as a cop. You can't be this, that, the other with locked hair or braids or an afro. Even more discriminatory, the afro. And to show you how the afro is so dope, you can't put a cop hat on an afro. maybe a small afro you can, but an afro?
Okay. It was called the Crown Act.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say it again.
It was called the Crown Act.
Oh, word.
And it was the 22nd of March.
2022?
Yes. Or 20, are you sure? Yeah. 2021.
Oh.
Are you sure? Oh, it was introduced in 2021, right? But they didn't pass it until recently, if I'm not mistaken. Right. Hold on. Crown Act. I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, March 22nd, 2021.
March 22nd, 2021.
It is everybody should actually look into it because it's weird how it came about because from what I briefly read, it happened with either a congresswoman or something like that. She was being discriminated against for her locks. And
you know what? Let me read something. Let me read something real quick.
okay.
Simone just brought this up, and it'll give us some insight. It says U.S. House passes bill banning discrimination against black hairstyles. Natural black hairstyles are often considered unprofessional, and school children face detention over dress code violations. Then it goes on, it says the U.S. House of Representatives on Friday passed a bill banning race-based discrimination on hair, specifically textures or styles associated with a particular race or national origin, such as dreadlocks, afros, and braids. The bill is known as the Crown Act, standing for Creating a Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair. Oh, GSIMONE trying to challenge you at the government level. Creating a respectful and open world for natural hair. That's what CROWN is supposed to be an acronym for this. It was co-sponsored by the Progressive Democratic Representatives Elon Omar of Minnesota and Ayanna Presley of Massachusetts, among others, who cited research showing that black students were significantly more likely to face school detention, often for dress code violations based on hair. And then there's a quote. I want my two girls to grow up in a world where they know they will not be discriminated against because of their hair or the way they look, Omar said in a press release on Friday after the vote. Natural black hair is often deemed unprofessional simply because it does not conform to white beauty standards, Representative Bonnie Watson Coleman of New Jersey, a co-sponsor, said. Discrimination against black hair is discrimination against black people, period. And that ends it. And then there's a little thing down here. Oh, they actually give you the bill. The Crown Act would prohibit hair discrimination by including an individual's style of hair that is tightly curled, locks, cornrows, twists, braids, bantu knots, afros, and other styles commonly associated with a race or national origin in the definition of racial discrimination. And then, of course, it goes on. So don't take this. Thank you for that.
Right. It was this year that
it was this year.
The articles came out on a Friday, March 18th, and they just referred to it on Friday. So I'm not sure if it was the previous Friday or not.
It doesn't say. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm looking at the actual bill. It says here, March 22nd, 2021. This is the bill.
Right, is when it was introduced. But if you look at the actual article, or all the articles. I'm seeing one on March, or the article is produced this year, and it starts off with the House on Friday passed the Crown Act.
Right.
I think it was introduced last year, and they finally passed it this year, which shows how long it takes for them to do something.
So, that's why we waiting on 55 Ludlow.
That's right.
So at the end of the day, no, that's a good bit of information. At least it was introduced March 22nd, 2021. We'll get the exact date as to when it was passed. We should know that. In our scholarship, we should know that because it's important as well. Hip hop are the ones that are, well, I mean, you know, wait a minute, let me say this correctly. Obviously, the bill is focused on black hair and the discrimination that African Americans are receiving in this country. Obviously, that's what it is. But the bill's language really covers any race, really. I mean, they say braids, cornrows, and this kind of thing. But, right, what if a white man walks into a place with cornrows? He cornrowed his hair, not a white woman, white man. Cornrowed his hair, walked in and said, I'm here to get for whatever. I'm here. And he gets discriminated against, even by another black person, because he has cornrows in his hair. The bill goes as far as that as well, reading it, the language of it. It's not just about black hair. It's about discrimination against hairstyles based on race. So you have Asian, you know, there's all types of styles you do with your hair. But now this is interesting because an activist would test this. And you know, you ever been to the hair shows? If you guys ever seen hair shows where they put like whole boats on your hair, airplane hair, boat hair made into, you know, all types of craziness, and then styles, you know, bouquet hair, like it's just crazy with the colors and all of that. Now imagine somebody walking in with, say, the Titanic, or they had the Titanic, and it's made like my hair. And it's like, and you're supposed to come to work. And I work at the bank. And I have this wild hairstyle on my head. What is the employer supposed to do about that? Because a law has just been passed that you cannot be discriminated against because of your hairstyle. And look at that. You cannot discriminate. So I could wear some wild. What if I wanted to wear? I'm not even going to go. Forget it. Just you get the point. The point is that take a look at the law. And we did have to deviate for a minute because that was very important. Because you can see here, that that as Hakeem, in this meeting, these are some of the salient issues we're dealing with as a culture unto ourselves. We're talking about governing ourselves. We're talking about the creation of our culture. And you notice that our naturally coming together, talking about this, and so on, is what governments do. And you can see we're talking about it in '94. I should be able to wear my locks without being discriminated against. That's '94. Now the Crown Act passes March 22nd, 2021. While we're reading the gospel too, by the way, now it passes, and look at that. Look at that. This is directly affecting your culture.
Okay, here we are, March 18th. It passed out of the U.S. House of Representatives. It still has to go through Senate and be signed into law by the president. It is law in Oregon, Nebraska, Delaware, New Mexico, Connecticut, Maryland, Washington, Colorado, Virginia, New Jersey, New York, and California. And what's interesting to me is that it first passed in Oregon, and in Oregon has a large white community of earth people, I'll call them, or hippie-ish type people, where no, you go up there, you will see a lot of white males and females with locks, or that's part of their culture. So they passed it first in 2021, and then on to Nebraska, and then it came to Delaware, and somehow made it to New Mexico, and then everywhere else started to keep on. Actually, I'm reading.
So it's not federal law; it's state.
Not yet. Not yet.
No, but it's state law
in certain states.
Right.
Not
state, right. That's interesting. That's and a good part, a good piece of our teaching. That's interesting. And interesting for us to be able to read this now, like this. And I'm saying that this thing just passed. That's the point. Last year sometime this thing just passed. And here we are arguing this issue as we formulate our culture. That's why I'm emphasizing this here. I'm going to read a few more pages, and then we're going to take our, and then we're going to pause up on this until next week. I'm coming up to this other piece right here. I'm going to read I think it's, two more. Right, it's right here. Okay. I'll just read up until the next page. But I want to emphasize this, that take a look at the thinkers of the culture, putting the culture together, and others. The concerns that hip hop had in its early days are still the socio-political concerns that we have, that are still salient today. Still to this day. I mean, think about that, because what you really want to think about is your thinking matches the thinking of government. When we talk about organizing culture, we're not just sitting around going, yo, man, yo, although that's how it's written. Although it's written like our English is crazy, okay? But the ideas that are being discussed in this broken language, the ideas are salient. They are relevant to the whole of society, which means that our perspective on society is right. It's correct. And not right and correct because we say we're right and correct. So you got some grandizement. I was right. Not that. Right in the sense that we're doing right. We're going in the right path. The issues we have are the issues to have. That's what this means. For them to pass some 30, who knows how many years later this was, that this now the Crown Act, and then of course it would be an acronym. I'm not even going to go there. But the Crown Act would now pass, and Hakeem had said this years ago. I need to call Hakeem. You need to ring Hakeem up real quick and tell him that not only we talking about him, but that prophecy that he put forward, that concern that he put forward some years ago and was documented in the birth of our culture. No, a real law was just passed. A real law was passed, and we got to pay attention. I mark these things down as well. Like I give you another one, like Nas, for instance, on the record with Lauryn Hill, "If I Rule the World," in the record he said, imagine walking down the street smoking weed with no cops harassing. And he said it in New York. Imagine walking down the street smoking weed with no cops harassing. He said, if I rule the world, this is how it would be. That's a political statement. If I ruled the world, you'd be walking down the street smoking weed with no cops harassing. Suddenly, New York legalizes marijuana. Recreational, too, by the way. But Nas will never be called a prophet. Nas will never be called one of hip-hop's great thinkers. Unless we do it. Unless we say it. and raise it up. Remember you said that? Well, it happened. No, don't breeze over that. That means that your convictions back then were right. Back then you were right. Now the government caught up to you. And also, what does that say for hip-hop's governance? We ahead. That's all it says. And nobody's going to tell us that. Nobody's going to ever say that. Nobody ever going to acknowledge that. We have to acknowledge that for ourselves. What does this mean? It means that hip-hop as government is ahead of the government. They just catching up to the ideas we had some 30 years ago. Look at this. Like, look at the magnificence of your culture. And I'll say this jokingly, but seriously. Everybody here is an idiot. Including myself. We are all young kids just getting started. Careers just bubbling. Some of these dudes are just realizing they icons in a culture. And we sitting around here talking, and we don't know nothing. Like Africa Bambaataa said, we don't know about royalties. We ain't know about licensing. We don't know, as collectives, we don't know any of this. But without even knowing, without being articulate, without going to law school, without having political science major degrees, and without none of that, we sat down ourselves and began to discuss what was important to us regarding our culture. And it turns out that what we was discussing that was important to us turns out to turn into United States law because it affects so many other people. Like what Sun One just pointed out about this thing first passing in Oregon, which, right, you got a lot of hippies up there. I mean, the hippie movement from the 60s, okay, went to Oregon and Seattle and Colorado and Utah and all those places. They ran over there. And now their children growing up on that earth culture, no doubt. Natural man out there, natural woman out there, they let their locks grow. And they're getting ostracized for it. They're getting marginalized. This is white man, white woman, getting ostracized, marginalized, can't get a job. People looking at you stupid and funny, and this, that, and the other. Why? Because you got locked hair? Because you want to look like a natural man or a natural woman, you got a problem. That's crazy unto itself, that the natural man look would be a problem in a state. That's some other, I'm not even going to get into that. But the interesting part about the hippie movement being the first, or not the movement, but the state, which has a huge hippie population, would be the first to pass this kind of law that would then go over to black. You see, reading it, it seemed like black people had a problem and black Democratic progressives fixed it. But when you dig a little deeper, you see that it was these white revolutionaries too over here, or maybe them in particular. Maybe black folk piggybacked on what that was. I mean, we're going to do the research and really dig this up because it's important. It's important to our culture that we understand this law. This directly affects all of us. Most of hip hop's white people have hairstyles that get them ostracized in the public. And of course, most of hip hop's black people have hairstyles that get us ostracized in the public. So this is a serious law that we in particular need to pay attention to and be able to cite, or at least have knowledge of. Let me just read. I'm going to read this next page. I want to get to the next page as well as one more point to make it, then we'll conclude. I see I'm coming up on the 3-hour mark. Thanks for hanging out too, by the way. Let me start with let me take it all the way up to 100 again. Let me just start with 100 and come down, because the next point I want to make is connected to this. Here we go. We're coming to the conclusion of our read too, by the way. If Jews can wear the locks off, this is Hakeem talking. If Jews can wear the locks off the side of their face and not see any feedback or wear a yarmulke, I should be able to wear my hair that way. But getting people to say, yo, you're worth something. And if you're worth something, stand up for yourself. We as a hip hop community are worth something. We stand up for self. And you see that's underlined. End quote from Hakeem. And then Mr. Wiggles from the Rocksteady crew, my dude Wiggles, from the Rocksteady, one of the first people to understand hip hop as culture, Mr. Wiggles. Mr. Wiggles from the Rocksteady crew said, quote, the one thing that I've realized, a lot of people here define hip hop in their own way, and I think that's a mistake. You see, in order for hip hop to be a culture, you have to have every element. Culture is not just rap. And I think even though we hear it all the time, a lot of us, it don't sink in. Culture is art, music, dance, the way you eat, the way you dress, the way you talk, the way you walk, the whole nine. Now stop. This is how I know he was spiritual. This last part, the whole nine. And that's before we came up with the 9 elements for hip hop. When he's speaking, hip hop was 4 elements, knowledge and overstanding. That's what we had back then. Breaking MC and graffiti art DJing, knowledge and overstanding. And that was out of Zulu Nation. So we're speaking from this point of view, from this knowledge. He says, first of all, he defines culture in the meeting. And this is scholarly accurate. This is Mr. Wiggles, an idiot, with all of us, a supposedly nobody, an uneducated, supposedly nobody, okay? He stands up and says, culture is art, music, dance, the way you eat, the way you dress, the way you talk, the way you walk, the whole 9. And that's where the temple jumps off and says he was in the spirit and didn't even know it. Because now it's breaking MC and graffiti art DJing, beatboxing, street fashion, street language, street knowledge, and street entrepreneurialism. That's what we call the whole 9. It's right here. Now, I can sit here. This is Wiggles continuing. Now I can sit here and say, yeah, we all this and blah, blah, blah. But I'm not sure, because how many people here really know how to do graffiti? Now, he's a B-boy, okay? And he's saying, how many people here really know how? He said, we all say, he said, now I can sit here and say, yeah, we all this and blah, blah, blah. But I'm not sure, because how many people here really know how to do graffiti or respect a graffiti writer or hire a graffiti writer to do your album cover as opposed to, whoever the hell. That was a check for all of us. We all got checked right there because we were all graffiti writers, but nobody's hiring graffiti writers to do their album. Just Ice did. Mantronics did. A couple other dudes did. But the majority of mainstream artists, why you hip hop, why your art, your cover is not hip hop. You taking photos with high class photographers that ain't got nothing to do with hip hop. Mr. Wiggles pointed that out. Now everybody caught it, but I really caught it. I was like, wow, he's right. Like, right. What are we doing? Like, how? But you don't even think about it until somebody bring it up. You don't even think about it. I'm just even thinking about it. The record company say, this is the photographer, and this is your album cover. And you have some input into it. Sure. How do you want to? I want Malcolm X. Okay, well, this is the photographer. And here, you're not the one sitting there doing it. Wiggles brings it up right here. If you hip hop, how many of y'all know how to do graffiti? How many of y'all respect graffiti writers? Just even respect graffiti writers. How many of you hire graffiti writers to do your album cover? And how many people, this is now paragraph 103. And how many people here really truly believe in b-boying? Believe in b-boying, that hire b-boys. That hire b-boys and give b-boys props. You know what I'm saying? As original hip-hop dance, as well as the new school dances, but they ain't really happening. There ain't no connection there. I feel if we're gonna make that connection, all right, we gotta take every top rap artist, which to me means recording artist production, because all they know how to do is go into a studio and record. But can they get on stage and rock the crowd? Like that is so simple. Like that is a, if they can't, why they on stage? Like, this is a simple thought from a simple man. This is right there. This is right here. He says, we got to take every top rap artist, which to me means recording artist production, because all they know how to do is go into the studio and record. But can they get on stage and rock the crowd? If they can't, why are they on stage? Back in the days, the MC needed to be heard. The dancers needed to be seen. The art needed to be seen. You know what I'm saying? We got to get back to the original cultural mentality of the whole art form. Once we get everybody culturally based, then we can move. But right now, we're not treating it like a culture. We're treating it as a commodity. And when you choose a commodity, you're going to lose it. That was Wiggles. Supposedly uneducated, not a philosopher, of course not. Not a cultural architect here. Nah, he's just Wiggles, a Puerto Rican dancer, right? That's what. This is the point. This is what Hakeem was saying. We have to find esteem in ourselves and big each other up, and not grandize and blow each other up. But if Wiggles said this in 1994, before anybody was saying it, why can't we acknowledge him as a philosopher within our culture? He's philosophized. If Nas can predict, if I ruled the world, we would do all this. Release the prisoners and send them to Africa. Release Attica and send them to Africa. That's a political statement. And believe that too may come true one day. Hip hop is a reality maker. So when we speak, these things are going out into the world, into the reality, into existence, and becoming true. We can see it now. So much of what we're dealing with is coming true. It's coming true. We have to stand firm. We have to stay unified. We have to increase our vision. We have to know who we are and why we are. Here's the last point. Oh, and by the way, 104 is highlight. Let's highlight 104, but it's already underlined. 104 gets highlighted, and it's underlined all the way on the other side, because that was one of the most powerful statements said in 1994, and it still resonates to today. The advice of it: treat it like a commodity, you're gonna lose it. We're not no culture. And why are we not a culture? Because we're treating it like a commodity. Why are we not a culture? Because we got rappers that only know how to rap and don't hire other aspects of the culture when they get their money. They don't come back to the culture. They hiring other people, so the money don't even come to our culture. This is what Wiggles is talking about. End of Wiggles, end quote. And then Jacqueline Hines. Now, this is what I want to bring up. This is going to end this reading here. I want to read this argument real quick. And as a matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to stop here, but I want to talk about this argument real quick. Let me read you just this first piece. And then Jacqueline Hines, a well-respected hip-hop activist, said, well, just to follow back on what he just said, meaning Wiggles, I think first we got to get rid of the hypocrisy in this room. Now, this is Jacqueline Hines. This chick is hardcore. She in there with a bunch of dudes. She's one of the only women there, okay? So much for misogyny in hip-hop. So much for this weak, docile woman in hip-hop that's just being overwhelmed by men. So much for that. Jacqueline Hines, a well-respected hip-hop activist, said, well, quote, well, just to follow back on what he just said, I think first off, we got to get rid of the hypocrisy in this room. And with no offense to anybody in here, But for all the old school people in here, I'm Jacqueline Hines from Hip Hop Incorporated, and that called when I first came up with the idea of a museum, Hall of Fame turned into archive. Now, one of the reasons I made sure this was in the gospel is because she's making a claim, and nobody in the room said she was wrong. Nobody said anything about her being the first one to talk about a museum, to have the museum. Now, in our literature, in Temple hip hop literature, it's Harry Allen that first brings up the museum with his organization, Rhythm Cultural Institute, and he brings it up at this meeting. Okay, that's where we get the wind of it. Yeah, we were all talking museum. Everybody was talking museum. Everybody had an archive idea, but Harry Allen is the one at this meeting that said, do you think hip hop should have this? And like organize what the real museum was and then put precedent. Like I said, they're doing it over here. They're doing it over here. Well, let's start an organization over here. This is what it should be. It should give awards. It should do this. Harry laid it all the way out. And that's at the beginning of this read right here. But we also document the opposing view. Jacqueline Hines says, oh no, I was the first one and I called all of you and y'all would not respond to me. I have a chartered museum for hip hop already. That was in 94. So she had to have it, what, 93, 92? And also keep this in mind when we go to the Universal Hip Hop Museum and see what they're building. Or we may go to another museum or a graffiti museum or so on. And you know, just keep this in mind. Okay, the evolution of the museum itself. These are the people discussing it. Nobody else. Nobody else. These are the movers and shakers. These are the, and by the way, this is my last point, which is why I'm not going to read the argument, but we'll read it next week. These are the movers and shakers. These are the people who are thinking about hip hop as culture and look at how they're thinking about it and look at the questions being asked and look at who's asking the questions and look at the arguments that are ensuing. I want to wear my yarmulke. I want to wear my locks the way Jews wear their yarmulke. Why can't they wear locks off the side of their face and I can't wear locks off the side of mine? Because I'm not looked at as important as a Jew at this time or as valuable as the Jewish people. And if you just want to take it anywhere else, look, Hindus got the dot on their head. Nobody's beefing, you know, and others express themselves in other kinds of ways where you have to know they are a specific race, a specific culture, a specific religion, and nobody's beefing. Why? Because they have 6,000 years of history and an army behind them. You think they're important. You say, okay, no, whoa, that's important. Don't diss no Hindus because they come from India and India is important and blah, blah, blah. Don't diss the Christian, you know, because the Christian is the Christian, oh, the Muslim, oh, the Jew. But when you come to hip hop, oh, that could get dissed quickly. Our hairstyles, our speech, everything about us. You don't talk right. Look at your hair, cut it off, it's not right. Look at your clothes, everything's wrong. Until we sit down and begin to evaluate ourselves. Meaning, you say everything about us is wrong, but you always in our house, though. Everything about what we doing is wrong, but you making all the money off of our wrongdoing. So we as hip hop are going to have to sit back and think, and we began that thought right here. We began that thought right here. Like, where's all the money going? Where's everything going while y'all incriminating us and telling us we can't do this and we can't do that, but you're making the money on what you saying we can't do. That's direct robbery. Direct robbery. You doing what you say we can't do and you getting the money from it, and it's our culture. Wow. So we looked at that and we said, no, this is not it. Now I'm going to conclude here. The argument ensues because those who have seen the argument, maybe you want to go back and watch the argument. Actually, it's word for word out the gospel, and you can watch the argument in the movement that we played, I think 2 weeks ago. The the film presentation. When you see Harry Allen stand up, and I'm there as well with a beige hat and kind of a beige white jacket on, as well with a beige hat. When you see that, that's the meeting of the minds. That's at the Schomburg Center. That's 1994. That's this right here. And you could watch the argument. Maybe you watch it this week, and then we'll talk about it next week. Because this is another part, this is another section of the teaching, that argument sometimes is good. It brings things out, especially if you argue respectfully of one another. And that's what this was. It was a respectful argument, but it got heated. It got heated. It did. And the heat was good because it cooked up a nice meal. It told everybody who everybody was, and blatantly to your face. So let's get it clear. And this is hip hop, and this is what it's all about. So let us conclude today. Let us stop at paragraph 105. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Let me just, for the record, read 105 straight through. And then Jacqueline Hines said, and then Jacqueline Hines, a well-respected hip-hop activist, and she is, said, well, just to follow back on what he just said, I think first off, we have to get rid of the hypocrisy in this room. And with no offense to anybody in here, but for all the old school people in here, I'm Jacqueline Hines from Hip Hop Incorporated that called when I first came up with the idea of a museum / Hall of Fame turned into archive. I mean, these things that I sit here and I'm offended and I'm saddened that you would say, you know, you got to be certain, you have to be this in hip hop, you got to do this in hip hop. Anybody that comes to me and says, I want to preserve the Black woman for what it is today, I'm giving my all in all to that project. All I said is, come, be a part of it, be on the board, participate. Instead, what I got is not people trying to assist in a museum that already has a provisional charter that's already established, all the groundwork. What I get is, oh, let me get an idea off this so I could be first, or let me come to meetings and talk about what people have to be hip hop. That's like saying Black. A lot of people look at me and they say, well, you're not Black because of your hair texture. And there's that hair again. Well, let me tell you, I'm more Black than half of y'all in this room. And that was so disrespectful to say, but that's hip hop though. Okay, she's in her family. She gets to talk like this, and we all get to listen as well. Well, let me tell you, I'm more Black than half y'all in this room, and I know more about my culture than half y'all. So to define people on the basis of how they look, well, you can't be hip hop, you can't be Black. That's just bullshit. You have to define people by heart and where they're going to put their time. Now, let me stop here. And that's what I want to talk about next week, because she actually, in her rage, did say some profound things here. And she made it clear that we're not going to set hip hop up in some kind of way where we define everybody out of it. That was said right here. Oh, you got to be this to be hip hop. Oh, you got to be that to be hip hop. You ain't real hip hop unless you this or you that. She shut that down at the first meeting. Okay, so anybody thinking that our movement is about, or anybody, a cultural movement is about, oh, he's not the real culture and she is, or they not and this is, or I am the real culture and they not, or this and that. Nah, the real scholarship don't even support that. The real scholarship supports this, what Jacqueline Hines said. That's all bullshit. You're going to define people by their heart, which she said. She said, so to define people on the basis of how they look, well, you can't be hip hop, you can't be Black. That's bullshit. You have to define people by heart and where they're going to put their time. That's how we're going to define people, by the heart. And what is that? Character. What is that? Courage. What is that? How you feel, the heart. We're going to judge people by the heart, okay, and where they put their time. She laid law down right there because we still follow that to this day. How do we judge people? By your heart, by your character? We don't care about no black, white, straight hair, afro, braids, locks. No. Can you break? Can you DJ? Can you MC? Like Wiggle said. Can you do these things? Not just you claim you the culture, but you can't do it. No, you don't even respect those who do it. That's the first part of this lesson. That's the first part of this piece that we're studying today. That's the gist that I want you to get out of this part of the movement itself. We are the first to discuss hip hop as culture. If you are with the temple of hip hop, you are with the original source, and that includes Zulu Nation as well. You are with the original source. If you are studying from the gospel of hip hop, you have Zulu Nation, you have the temple of hip hop. As you can see, you have Jacqueline Hines and Harry Allen and everybody else. You have the word out their mouth. Forget an interpretation. Forget that. You can have your interpretation. We interpret this all the time. We definitely interpret. But you have the word out the mouth, though. You have the word out the mouth, though. And that's the importance to scholarship. Word out mouth. When it was happening, as it was going down. Now, nobody could take that from you. Nobody could take that from us. We did the work. It's documented. There is nothing before the gospel of hip hop that speaks like it. There is nothing before this 1994 meeting that speaks like it. Even the meetings that Zulu Nation were doing is not this meeting. Zulu Nation attended this meeting along with everyone else and put their 2 cents. You can see their shit was hard, okay? They said 500 channels are coming. We should be in on that. That was Zulu Nation. And there was a chemist there. And there was another brother there, all claiming Zulu Nation. We document them in here too. And make sure their word is heard in history. That's the job of our temple, the truth. The truth. Documentation of the truth. So what is the final truth here? The truth here is, first, there is an authority to this section of the reading. This section of the reading is authority, authenticity, knowing why things happen and when they happen. And then we also followed up today, which was really a freestyle kind of session. We followed up with this March 22nd, the Crown Act. I just learned that today. We just learned that today. You learned that with me today. The Crown Act, which actually speaks to what Hakeem was talking about in 1994, the discrimination. And we just learned of the Crown Act thanks to Son One, looking it up and bringing it in. So take this reading in today. Realize what it's about. If you don't bring esteem to your own culture, nobody else is supposed to, and nobody else is going to. Next week, we'll get into the deeper part of this museum being created. I want to talk to you about that because the Temple of Hip Hop is a hip hop preservation museum or ministry archive school society. We say ministry archive school society. The archive part of us is the museum part, even the school part too. But the archive part, the documentation of the material culture, that stuff right there. So and this is another reason why during Hip Hop Appreciation Week, we're going to go to the Universal Hip Hop Museum before it's built. Notice the type of knowledge we're coming with. First, prime, original, authentic. That's what we're interested in. So we're going to go to the Universal Hip Hop Museum before it's built. See it in its infant stages. Get the owner of the museum, the founder and owner of the museum, to discuss it with us. Ask pertinent questions right there. And take in the museum. So now as a scholar, you could say when the museum is built, I was there before it was built. I know what this is. And you may want to propagate it, or you may have a criticism. Either way, you're authorized. You were there. You were there. You could even say later on when the museum is built, 10 years later, the museum is up and millions of people are coming to the museum and the museum starts to wane off of its original purpose. You could come and say, no. Before this place was even built, I came here with the temple of hip hop, and you said that this is what it was supposed to be. Here's my photo of me there with the gravel and the shovel. Okay, here's what you said. Here's a recording of what was said during that day. That's scholarship, and that's scholarship on a governmental level, where if you have to go to court or you have to prove your point, you ain't talking out the mouth. You got material evidence, empirical data. You have the degrees to discuss your culture. Don't nobody on this earth have that. That's why they all frauds. I say that respectfully, but it's the truth. If you ain't here with this temple of hip hop, I don't see how you could claim you teach in hip hop. I don't see how, because you didn't do the work. You don't have the accreditation. You don't even know the pioneers. And even if you do know them, they don't respect you. I mean, let's keep it really real. And then pioneers are dropping off every week. Another dude is dead. So if you didn't get the respect, you're losing it now. So what are these universities teaching? What are these so-called hip-hop professors teaching? We got to save them. I'm not criticizing them. I want to help them, save them, legitimize them. And to do that, the first teacher of hip-hop has to make his teachings available, and for free too. You know these teachings are expensive. You know this, right? Everybody else got a master class. Okay, no disrespect, but I'm just saying, everybody else got a master class and they charge it. Okay, you getting top-notch, authentic hip-hop cultural knowledge for free. Remember that. And not free because I want to give it to you because I'm charitable. No, it's free because our culture needs the knowledge. I can't sell you this. Our lives are at stake. Okay, that's what this is about. Your children's children are at stake. They got to get this, and they got to see it freely. Ain't no credit card, ain't no payment, ain't none of that. You got to see this like this for free. Now, if your character doesn't allow you to watch this, or says, "Nah, I ain't watching, I ain't going," then that's on you. But it was up for free. It was up for free. You could have watched it. You could have joined in on the calls. You could have become a hip-hop scholar yourself, reading your gospel every week with the gospel organizer, with the presenter of the gospel, KRS-ONE. But what happened? What happened last time when we was in 1994? When we had the meeting, we invited everybody. Only those who you saw showed up. When we went to the UN, we invited everybody. Only those that at the UN that you saw showed up. Now everybody want to claim culture and say, yeah, hip-hop's culture, and I'm down with the culture, I'm this, that, and the other, and that's fine. Like I say, that's all fine. But who's doing the work? Who's going to sacrifice and do the work? That's us, the temple of hip-hop, and that's what we've always been. Ain't no bragging. I tell you all the time, don't thank me for my responsibility. You cheapen my honor. You cheapen the honor. When you say, oh, Chris, man, all that you do for hip-hop, don't ever say that to me. That's a fan that says that. Oh, Chris, you do a lot for hip-hop. Yo, no, sorry, no. This is what's supposed to happen. This is normal. This is normal. I'm doing nothing abnormal. This is normal. What's going on is not normal. Our culture being depicted as bitches, hoes, they criminalizing our entire way of life. That is not normal. What I'm doing is normal. The bullshit you hear on radio and television, how they depicting hip hop, that's not normal. The BET Awards is not normal. That's not normal. Sorry. XM satellite radio, that's not normal. Sorry. Especially not their hip hop section. Hip Hop Nation, Shade 4-5, LL Cool J's Rock the Belt, all that shit is bullshit. All of it. All of it. Them people are ripping our culture off and saying, we rock the bells, or we this and that. But then when you go listen to the station, they criminalizing our culture. And on top of that, I'll keep it really real with you as a black man. They cooning for white people up there at Sirius XM satellite as well. And tell them KRS said it. I don't give a fuck. Speak the truth. They cooning for them white people up there so that they can have a DJ position or some shit. You know, they willing to sell out your entire culture so they can appear on Shade 45 or they can appear on Rock the Bells or whatever the fuck that dumb shit is. They could go and appear on that, but they'll sell your whole culture out. Sell your whole, imagine it, sell your whole culture out. So I'm not with it, okay? And I want to, that's why I'm saying it like this. I want to be clear, okay? I want to be real crystal clear, okay? We don't fuck with that corporate bullshit. Our culture will be defended, protected, and promoted as it originally was. That's our work. That's what we about. Now, these clowns at BET, these clowns up at XM Satellite, and for those around the world, that's a satellite radio station that plays here in America. You might have a similar situation there, or maybe you can get XM Satellite or something like that. But real talk, they claiming our culture. They have a station called Hip Hop Nation. And we spoke to them about this too, by the way, which is why I know, I have empirical data. I know they criminals. I know they frauds. I'm not making this up. I sat down with the CEO, sat down with, matter of fact, myself, GSIMONE, and Sun One. We all sat down with the CEOs, with the program directors, with the people who programmed the station. We told them, hey, this Hip Hop Nation, that's the name of our real culture in books, magazines, before you even came into this. As an XM satellite station, we was called the Hip Hop Nation. Now you're gonna take that name. First of all, you're commercializing it, which is illegal. You're not supposed to take the name of a culture and commercialize it. That's illegal. Then you take the name of our culture and denigrate it, you destroy it, you bring it down. You ain't supposed to be doing that. You're not supposed to take a culture and criminalize it for your corporate interest. That's why the Redskins, we were talking about this the other day, that's why the Redskins had to change their name, because they realized that was racist. And a couple of other groups, sports groups, had to change the name because you're making money degrading a culture, and that's unacceptable. But until we put money together to form a lawsuit to go up against these people, they just gonna keep doing it and keep doing it. And as long as you subscribe to XM Satellite, and as long as we just still there, they just gonna keep doing it, and keep doing it. And what are they doing? They're robbing our children of our children's heritage, their inheritance. They're taking our children's inheritance from us now. We won't have an inheritance. We won't have anything to pass to our children in the future if we allow them to criminalize our culture today. That's what the point is. So we at the Temple of Hip Hop, we ain't with it. Let's be clear. We ain't trying to destroy nobody's job. We're not trying to hurt nobody's company. I'm not disrespecting LL Cool J or anybody else up there, but I'm not a coon. Straight up. Black man over here, if you want to come down to that level. Black man over here. And then on top of that, hip hop. So right away, you got black people over there cooning for white people, and then they playing hip hop. You'll never get KRS-One's respect, ever. Okay? Let's be clear with that. Now, when we start dealing with hip hop the way we all know it to be, not what KRS say, what Wild Style said, not what KRS say, no, what Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five said. Okay, it was about breaking, MCing, graffiti art, and DJing. Why we don't see that? Why is that some special thing now? And what they call in hip hop ain't got nothing to do with drugs. What they call hip hop is all about drugs, sex, crime, this, that, and the other. And all these people claiming hip hop with different lifestyles than the original hip hoppers, getting money in different places, than saying they hip hop and representing the culture. I mentioned this before. What happened to Cardi B with India? Now you got all type of Indians rapping. Okay, hip hop is Cardi B's culture. Okay, that's her, the culture she come out of. It's hip hop. She had a photo. She did a photo shoot where she was depicted as the goddess Shiva. The Indians came down on her. You can't do that. It's not your culture. You're degrading. You're destroying. She had to print an apology and to take the picture down. This is their god Shiva. They said, no, you can't do that. But they'll take her culture. And Indians all through India dissing, degrading hip hop, thinking they're supposed to be popping bottles and driving cars and have gold chains because that's what they see Americans doing. So they dissing hip hop too. Don't know what it is, don't care what it is, just want to rap or make money at this thing. How you not a colonist? How you not the same exploiter that we're trying to get ourselves away from? And this is the point. This is not like I said, hold on, my hair is bugging. Okay, right here. This is not a criticism. Get what I'm saying? Because most people say, you know, when teachers have to speak truth, they people get offended, they get criticized. You know, no, I'm not no coward, first of all. And second of all, I will speak the truth. And the truth of the matter is that these people are taking our inheritance from us. And if they could take our inheritance from us as adults today, that means they're taking our inheritance from our children. We have nothing to pass on to our children because they define our culture, they finance our culture, they decide who's the stars of our culture. Nah, sorry, that's not gonna happen on my watch, and it's not happening as well. KRS is a problem, you know that, okay, in the industry, you know that. I'm a problem, okay, and I will be a problem because you're not raping my culture, you're not taking my culture. That's not gonna happen. We'll go to war. Straight up and down, and I have no problem with it. But you're not taking my culture. You're not raping. You're not disregarding. You're not degrading our shit. You're not doing that. Now, the rest of these rappers and DJs out here, they're weaker men. Be real with it. They're weaker. Those who are strong, you see them. Those who are strong, you see them. You see them speaking up. You see them speaking out. You see them, they're not slouching. You see some of the greats in our culture speaking out. But does anybody hear them? Does anybody pay them any? No, because we just want to keep raping the culture and raping the culture. So the greats of the culture, we say, yo, we know y'all raping the culture, but who are you raping? The ignorant of our culture. And that's where it becomes sad. Because we're not getting ripped off. You are. This is the sad part. They can't take culture from us. They know who we are, and we made it clear who we are. And so there it is. If I wasn't headlining my tours or ripping my shows or nobody was showing up to my shows, you need to cut this thing off right now and say, this black man talking, he was a fucking fraud. Straight up. But if the opposite is occurring, I implore you to hear what the hell I'm saying to you right now, okay? If we not headlining our tours, if we not the best in the world, if the books don't say greatest of all time, if the temple ain't been up for 25 years, if this ain't the case, tell me I'm a liar and shut this, save yourself. Shut this whole thing off as a fraud. But if we started to stop the violence movement, all in the same gang, human education against lies. If we defined the culture, wrote the first science, wrote the first gospel, defined the first weeks, if this is us, already been to the UN, if this is us, why would you front? It can only be jealousy. It can only be ignorance. Because we did the work, and the work is public. We did the work, and the work is public. But we still gonna see BET the way it is, right? And they're having no bearing on us, like we're having no bearing on them. They doing whatever they want to do and say it's hip hop. But what we doing is hip hop. And because we do it, we save hip hop by being hip hop. By being hip hop and always being hip hop, the world gets a different perspective. They don't just get the corporate perspective, they get the cultural perspective as well. And the whole world knows that the corporate shit is corny. They know it. Even the people who like that shit know it's corny. They know it. They know it. But they got to have the corny shit so they can make money. Now, me, I have to allow it because my people are ignorant. That's it. My people are ignorant. They want to watch that bullshit. They want to listen to that bullshit. So I say, okay, well, there it is. If that's what you want to do, then do it. You know, but here's the alternative. Somebody did say, yo, you know, hip hop ain't about prison life. You know, hip hop ain't about gang culture. You know, these are part of our culture, no doubt. Matter of fact, a lot of our fashion comes from gang culture. The early fashions come from gang culture, and we respect that. No doubt. Some of our greatest artists are gang members, or were. We respect that. We know that. But we also got philosophers, ministers. Some of the gangsters became ministers. Okay? We got thinkers. We have every religion. I mean, think about this for a minute. In hip hop, the three prominent world religions, with Western culture, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Hip hop's biggest artists, not just hip hop's artists, hip hop's legendary artists are either Jews, Christians, or Muslims at the highest level of our culture. Okay? And managing to get along with one another. You don't hear hip hop arguing, like, you don't hear Muslims arguing with Christian hip hoppers. No. Everybody stands on their shit. Of course, Christians will be like, Jesus is the only way. I don't know about a Muhammad. It's Jesus. And then, of course, the Nation of Islam will be like, no, I don't know about that white Jesus you're talking about. But Allah is the only true and living God. And then the Jews will come and say, all of y'all bugging because both your religions come from us. So what are you talking about? And then Third Base starts doing their song with Search, who's Jewish. And big up to Cool G Rap, who's also Jewish. And others who have joined the Jewish faith. And we applaud that, yes, because we're proving that all this war between religions don't make no sense. Look at hip-hop, again, ahead of the curve. All religions is right here. And how can we be here? Because we're looking at the content of the character. Could you believe atheists listen to Rakim? Atheists. I believe in God. Christians are listening to Rakim Allah in hip hop. Okay. Did you hear that? Okay. And I'm quite sure Rakim Allah and King Son and King Asiatic Nobody's Equal and the Poor Righteous Teachers and all of them heard of Kirk Franklin. Quite sure they threw on something. Whoop, whoop, do you want a revolution? Whatever he's coming with. Yeah, quite sure they heard of Kirk Franklin or BB and CCY or BB and C. Well, I wouldn't say that they're hip hop in that sense, but again, if BB and CCY has managed to float down from heaven onto hip hop, I don't think there's one hip hopper to be like, who's that? And I don't want to hear that gospel right now. Oh no, a real hip hop is like, wait a minute, that's BB Winans. That's yo, can I get? Yo, can we start hearing that shit right now? Because all cultures are here in hip hop. All of them. All music genres are here. All of them are here. And they're working with each other in it, in the culture. They're working with each other to build the culture. Look how magnificent your culture is. Don't let nobody tell you hip hop is not the greatest culture on this earth, in this earth. Don't let nobody tell you that. I'm going to leave the last 5 minutes to Sun One. I'm going to throw you the last 5 minutes. We're coming up on the 4-hour mark. And I want to say thank you for listening and for studying with us today. You know our studies are loose like this as well, and we talk truthfully, straight up and down. I want you to get every word that comes out of my mouth And like I said, I'm real with it. And this is what it is. I don't know how many other people real. I don't know. I don't care. All I know is I'm real. And this is what it is. When people are disrespecting our culture, I'm going to say it. And I'm going to point it out. I'm going to call your name out. Because you're not going to disrespect this culture. Not on my watch. You're not doing that. So let this message go out this week. Let that message go out this week. There's no coons over here. There's no sellouts over here. There's none of that. Okay? Real hip hop is over here. Real hip hop. And we will call you out if you are one of them corporations trying to play our culture, like XM Satellite, like BET, like Viacom, actually. You trying to play our culture. All of y'all up there working for these companies too. You know, you're participating in a crime. You're participating in cultural genocide. And those hip hoppers that are claiming to be hip hop up there playing nothing but murder and death. You're participating in a crime. And there has to be somebody who's going to say it. And I'm going to say it because I don't give a fuck. Okay, nobody's what. Okay, I'm going to say it. And I'm saying it clear now as I close now. And that's the point I want to bring. I want to bring that point. Don't be no coward. Stand up to these people. They're cowards. That's why they're doing what they're doing. Me, I throw them all off the stage, but you said you didn't want me to do that. Years ago, hip-hop said, nah, Chris, that's not how, violence is not the answer, and so on. So I'm staying disciplined and staying within my discipline. But really, there's only one or two ways to deal with people like this. And if you're not willing to go there, then we have to sit here and say, okay, let's talk through this. Let's try to teach. Let's try to educate. Let's try to be consistent in our own character. Let's try to put forward skill or try to put forward the alternative view in art. Let's try to, that's where we at over here. But one day, if this continues, one day, one of us is going to retaliate. It may be our children who says we tired of this talk. And they may actually organize themselves to retaliate. And I'm setting the groundwork for it right now. Saying, nah, your ancestors will be with you on that attack too. Because here we are being diplomatic and talking and pleading and showing with evidence and trying to say, look, let's come together. We can make money. We can make money in hip hop, but we don't have to destroy the integrity of the culture to do it. We ain't got to constantly show women as bitches and hoes and sluts only in our culture. And then black women on top of the queen of the earth. This is how we're supposed to be in support of this. Well, not on my watch. And again, if you're watching this, it's the Temple of Hip Hop. Be clear with what the Temple of Hip Hop is about. It's about everything I just said out my mouth. That's what we about. And be clear. That's why I'm saying it. So that we're clear. There's no, I didn't know Chris might be this and that. No, sorry. And go listen to my albums too. I did everything I'm saying. I say in rhyme too. Go listen to the album and you can hear this whole thing again. So nobody can say they did not know. They did not hear. Nobody said. No. Ezekiel 34, the watchman. God says, if you're the watchman of a culture and you see me coming and you don't warn the people, the blood of the people are on your hands. But if you see me coming to a wayward culture and you warn the people, say God's coming, judgment is coming, the repercussions of your own actions are coming for you. If you don't say that, or a matter of fact, if you do say that, then when the actions come, the blood ain't on your hand. The death goes right by you. The judgment goes right by you. Everyone on this call, drawn to this call, if you take it seriously, you are a prophet of our you are a prophet of our culture. You are a philosopher within our culture. And these are the rules by which you walk with. So I just got I guess my sign.
Yeah, no, you good.
You saw that? That he went boop.
Yeah, no. Yeah, because it's getting right.
No, and it is right. So look, I'm gonna leave you off. I'm gonna leave you. Listen, to everyone in the sound of my voice, peace and much love. This is the Temple of Hip Hop. We are a hip hop preservation ministry, archive, school, and society. We believe that we are hip hop. We're not just doing hip hop, we are hip hop. And so to preserve hip hop means that we got to preserve hip hoppers. How do we preserve hip hoppers? With knowledge of themselves. Once you know who you are, nobody could tell you who you are. You're preserved, you're protected, you're supported. Thanks for supporting the Temple of Hip Hop. I'll see you guys next week. Son One, it's on you.
YG, peace to the God. And there it is. I'm not going to be long, but I just would like to bring to the attention that much of what TEACHA just talked about is laid out, or was already laid out, in the Hip Hop Declaration of Peace that was presented to the United Nations headquarters in New York, with over 300 hip hop pioneers, artists, activists, authors, government officials, and temple members, along with a variety of ministers, philosophers, and students gathered at the delegates' dining room for the revealing and signing of the Hip Hop Declaration of Peace. Now, in that Hip Hop Declaration of Peace, it states of the proper handling of hip hop and how all of this technically should be happening, whether it be through business, or even in representation of a certain respect that is supposed to be, or our culture is protected by this document. That again is recognized by the United Nations. Now, unfortunately, some of those same hip hop pioneers who signed this document didn't, or must have forgot what was in it, because it's literally saying, no, we're not messing with anyone disrespecting or bringing down the value of our culture, especially in public arenas. That's not what we're doing. And our actions throughout these years is the diplomacy part. And no, and understand that we're following a structure, that this isn't just coming out of nowhere. No, we're giving these corporations and even practitioners the opportunity to change. Before, no, at some point, when people really realize what hip hop really is, and what it is, and what it should mean to them, like it's interesting hearing TEACHA say it, but I don't think it's really hitting you. Of this, the whole thing of possibly giving up your heritage. Now, it's clear, we all know hip hop is a multi-billion-dollar industry. You got to realize that that belongs to you. If you're joining with us to do this cultural work and giving your time and attention to hip hop and claiming citizenship within this culture that is being used really outside of our culture, to make others rich, to make other cultures rich, to make other families rich, not yours, which this actually really was created for. Sure, no, you might not have been there in 1973, but that creation did not belong to one person. This is why hip hop wasn't necessarily copyrighted like that, or trademarked. It's for all of us. We or Africa Bambaataa knew this, or all of them knew this when it was created. No, it was a culture within the cities that was created, and it was for us, and it belongs to us. And until you can really understand that, nah, you're literally, if you don't stand up, if you don't put any resistance towards this, you're giving up all power, all any or the power that you should have. And you got to ask yourself, so what's going on with your life? And is it going to be that, no, you just see, like right now, you are who you are. I am who I am. Or we are who we are. And at this very moment, there are people who decided to do other things with their existence in life. And so in reaching, actually having a say in whose hairstyles gets discriminated against and not. There are people that purposely put themselves into positions in life to either make millions and millions of dollars, to run countries, not just exist in the country, not just work at McDonald's in the country. No, run the country, be responsible for the entire nation. People have chosen these things. Now you could go. It's funny. It's kind of like how teachers said about the week coming up. You can just go through this entire life and just enjoy yourself if you want. But there are other levels, and we have chosen as the Temple of Hip Hop to exist in that higher level and as protectors and culture keepers of hip hop. And so, no, we're not, or understand nothing that we're doing is just sitting idly by while all of this is taking place. No, things happen in its correct succession. Stop the violence movement, all in the same game. Heal, Hip Hop Declaration of, or the Temple of Hip Hop, Hip Hop Declaration of Peace, Gospel of Hip Hop, all the other books, or you all heard it earlier. But no, these things are and now actually meeting the corporations, trying to find out, is the CIA the CIA? We're trying to find, we're going into the conspiracies, trying to make sure and see, no, is it really that way? Because it might not be. But we're finding we're dealing with these corporations and their pretty much their destruction of our culture. That's real. That's really happening. Now, that's happening. Nobody's beating down the door right now, snatching me out of the room like, oh shit, what are you talking about? That's not happening. So we're covering certain shit that is like, no. And I would almost say that the people that you even think would do that are probably like, nah, right, y'all should stand up. We don't even like them. We don't even like, they think they doing something by being criminals. And essentially oppressing people and taking advantage of somebody else's art. We've lost the direction of how business is supposed to even take place. And again, that's in our Hip Hop Declaration of Peace. If you have a platform, sure. If we want to use your platform, then we understand you making something. But no, they took it above making something to the point of financial rape. Like, no, you're not going to be able to exist off of this. And in the little sneaky contract that we gave you, we actually own your shit forever. We own it to pass it down as our lineage from our platform. And again, we need to take heed of this meeting, which is a beckoning and the solution. Stop fucking with these people and make your own shit. You have the real value. They can't exist. If we started our own radio station, if we started our own television or whatever, this, that, and the third, and that's what I'm saying. And it's not to do it to, it's not to start a business. It's to get us out of the coonery and having, having to work with these people who only have their interests in mind. They don't care about the culture. This shit could be done tomorrow. And they would just find something else to take advantage of. No, now is the time to really put our talents to use, to come together, create something new that sustains and houses our thing, and which seems to be really needed is make them stop. Really. You cannot, you can't fuck with our hip hop. That's it. Enough is enough. Or it's that should be put into legislation. That it is a crime to fuck with hip hop. You cannot take advantage of a hip hopper or hip hop. Other cultures should technically do the same. But we are concerned with us right now. If we could just be selfish for a moment, then we need to do self-care and make sure that our children get what they deserve and end up existing in the change that we know should be. So with that, just keep that on your mind. I'd advise you definitely go look at, go watch this meeting again. It was Temple of Hip Hop Weekly Study 3/26/22. That's where you can find it, or if you just go to our channel and you'll be able to find it. But that's the title of it, of which goes through all of the parts of the Temple of Hip Hop's movement, our TEACHA. Right, I think that's it. And right, or do that and read your Hip Hop Declaration of Peace. And everybody should actually know, right? I should state that too. Those who are coming, you are going to be expected to know the 9 elements of hip hop, the 3 natures of hip hop, and be able to prove your familiarity with the Hip Hop Declaration of Peace. You're gonna have to do that. Or when you show up. So know that. With that, peace and blessings to you all. Understand that you are worth way more than you possibly give yourself credit for. But hopefully, the longer that we do this, you'll know how valuable you are, how valuable this time is, how important these times are, and be able to find where you fit in with your responsibility to your culture. Peace and much love. Have a wonderful, wonderful week. Peace and hip hop.
Arrive at 1520 Sedgwick Avenue.
Let's go back. Back in the time. Back in 73, in the borough of Bronx. Man, you couldn't be weak. Man, you had to be smart. See, we talking about streets. Now we talking about art. When we talking about beats, man, we talking about heart. We was rocking the heartbeat, live in the park. Guns spark in the dark. It was all just a part of the 80s Bronx scene that created art.
How you know, KRS?
Cause I was there from the start. 1600 Sedgwick Avenue, that was the spot. 1520, hip-hop started right on my block. This original hip-hop, whether you like it or not. I'm reminding through this rhyming cause you might have forgot. Drop on the spot, B-boy start pop. Live on the block, this is raw hip hop. Drop on the spot, grab writers don't stop. Bottom to the top, this is raw hip hop. Drop on the spot, MCs make it hot. Microphone rock, this is raw hip hop. Drop on the spot, DJs on the chop. Cut, mix, scratch, this is raw. See, when we would begin, they brought the heroin in. They was really determined that we was never gonna win. But by looking within, we began to believe that we was breakers and writers, chasing MCs. We was so damn poor, we was eating free cheese. But that made us raw, we started eating MCs. Just before the fees and the MTVs. When you walked in New York and your ears would freeze. Walla beats and leaks, mock necks and tees, nylon BVDs. We was fucking with these, we was fucking with this, we was fucking with that. But when the 80s came in, we started fucking with crack. And along with the crack came a big old gap. And along with the gap came a big old stack. Cause if you ain't had that, you was the next to get jacked. This the way that it was, I'm just taking it back. Drop on the spot, B-boy start pop. Live on the block, this is raw hip hop. Drop on the spot, grab writers don't stop. Bottom to the top, this is raw hip hop. Drop on the spot, MCs make it hot. Microphone rock, this is raw hip hop. Drop on the spot, DJs on the chop. Cut, mix, scratch, this is raw. This the way that it was, this the way that it went. Man, you had to survive, card note with the rent. When the 90s arrived, 80s money was spent. All them dudes who was live, to the prison they went. And them dudes that survived, they began to repent. Then they realized in rap, there was money to get. So gangsters became rappers, rappers became gangsters. Fake became the real for the paper. It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week, y'all. Every third week in May. It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week. We appreciate hip hop. I know we all say we down with the culture. I know we all getting money in the culture. I know we getting famous in the culture. But when do we sit back and appreciate the source of our well-being? It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week. May 16th to the 22nd, 2022. You get a chance to express hip hop or your appreciation for it. It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week, y'all. Every third week in May. It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week. We appreciate hip hop. I know we all say we down with the culture. I know we all getting money in the culture. I know we getting famous in the culture. But when do we sit back and appreciate the source of our well-being? It's Hip Hop Appreciation Week. May 16th to the 22nd, 2022. You get a chance to express hip hop or your appreciation